the diverse group of participants gathered here, representing a rich tapestry of experience and expertise. So, overview of the program. So, this program has been crafted with a commitment to fostering a deeper understanding of research methodology and the intricacies of statistics. Over the next few days, we will delve into a variety of topics, sharing insights and enhancing our collective knowledge in these crucial areas. Dear participants, your energy to be a part of this transformative learning experience, your active engagement and enthusiasm will undoubtedly contribute to the success of this program. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed facilitator and speakers bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to guide us through this journey. Their commitment to excellence in research and statistics will undoubtedly inspire, empower each one of us. So, the distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it is with great pleasure that I introduce our distinguished guest speaker for today, Dr. Krunal K. Punjani. Dr. Punjani is a highly accomplished individual with an extensive background in the field of management. Dr. Punjani holds a PhD in management from the prestigious Symbiosis Institute of Business Management. His academic journey also includes a Master of Management Studies in Marketing from NMIMS, School of Business Management, Navi Mumbai. Currently serving as Assistant Professor at Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Dr. Punjani is actively involved in shaping the minds of future business leaders. In the realm of research, Dr. Punjani has made significant contributions with a remarkable publication record of 10 papers in Scopus indexed journals. His expertise extends beyond the academia, as he has served as a resource person for 20 faculty development programs, showcasing his commitment to the professional development of his peers. Dr. Punjani practical acumen is evident through his involvement in the major project, including the successful ideation and implementation of the Shopee standardization project at pan-India level for microtechnologies. Moreover, he has played a pivotal role in the driving print media innovations and esteemed publications such as Hindustan Times and Midday. Demonstrating a strong sense of social responsibility, Dr. Punjani has successfully completed CSR project Nobly Hamara Station Hamari Shan under the Indian Railway and Maje Thane Sundar Thane under Thane Municipal Corporation. His achievements have not gone unnoticed, as Dr. Punjani has been recognized and felicitated by the Dr. V.N. Bedekar Institute of Management Studies. This recognition is attributed to his outstanding efforts and achievement in publication of research papers and case studies in Scopus and ABDC index journals, as well as for his commendable contributions in conducting and delivering research workshops and FDPs in 2021. We are truly honored to have Dr. Kunal K. Punjani as our guest speaker today, and we eagerly anticipate the valuable insight he will share with us from his rich and diverse experience in academia, research, and project implementation. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Punjani as we embark on his intellectual odyssey. I encouraged you all to actively participate, ask questions, and engage in meaningful discussions. The success of this program lies in the collective effort of every participant. Once again, a warm welcome to each of you. May the next few days be filled with fulfill insights, collaborative learning, and renewed passion for the research methodology and statistics. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful introduction. So I would just like to confirm whether my voice is clearly audible.
Yes, sir,
Yes,
your
sir.
voice is audible, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And can I share my screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Just a minute. So, okay. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir.
Okay. Okay. Great.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. So, today, sir, just want to confirm one more thing. Today, the session is for 3 hours, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, I have it's a divided this 3 hours into three different topics. Okay, namely, like though the it has been asked by the organizing team to consider that data collection method. So definitely, I would be uh, discussing about that. But prior to that, I believe that it is important for from the research perspective to understand about research questions also. Okay, so before we go to questionnaire design, data collection methods, okay, primary, secondary data, qualitative, quantitative, and all. So first, let us try and understand this concept because this would frame or create a base. Okay, and here whatever I will be discussing, I will be discussing from two perspectives. One is this is for all those research scholars who might want to, like the PhD scholars who want to publish their either research paper or writing their PhD thesis, and also for all those professors, assistant professors, associate professors who are continuing their research journey by publishing the research papers. Okay? And this is from the Scopus or ABDC perspective or UGCK perspective. Okay. Okay. So let us start with this quote where, like, say, knowledge is having the right answer. However, intelligence is about asking the right question. Okay. So any research work is will start with asking the right set of questions. Okay. And here, right question is not connected with the questionnaire or maybe asking question to the respondents, but here question is, like, say, asking the right question to yourself. Okay, and try to dig in more details about the research work you want to opt for. Okay, so generally when we discuss about like, say, any research work, especially academic research work, so generally we start with the process of, say, finalizing some broader research topic. Okay, then generating the research question. Okay, so what is there in that research topic which is not yet been searched, so therefore research question. Next is formulating the research hypothesis. Okay, so questions say linked to a आपका hypothesis, and then finally is about constructing an instrument for data collection. That is where our last step would be. Instrument means your questionnaire, okay, or any other data collection methods which we are using. Okay, so this is how we would be like, say, discussing about this topic. First and foremost, yes, again, I would like all of you to be participative and interactive. Sir, just wanted to confirm whether chat box is working. It is active. Can participants write?
Y- Yes, sir. Chat box is active,
Okay,
sir.
great, great.
Participants are visible.
Yes, great. Thank you, sir. So my first question is, like, say, can anyone of any of the participants can suggest me what is research question first? Okay, we'll discuss this part later, but just wanted to understand what is your understanding? What is research question according to you?
Sir, Digambar are reply. Uh,
Okay, okay. I'm just checking the chat box.
Digambar sir, please reply to sir. Digambar sir.
I think someone has raised hand. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yes, any guesses? What is research question?
The questions which guide the researcher to do his research in the future.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your response. Okay, we can see couple of responses on the chat box as well. Okay, so Shreya ma'am has mentioned it is what we want to find out. Great. Or main objective of our study. Absolutely. Then Gayatri ma'am has mentioned research question is something which lead the research in the right direction. Okay, is the query that comes to our mind related to topic? Yes, absolutely. Uh, then research question are the main problem on which researcher have to base his research. Yes, it's important because we can have a question regarding our hypothesis and we might get conclusion. So yes, we have a wonderful audience here and getting some amazing answers and responses. Okay, great. Okay. Yes, what researcher want to explore. Absolutely. Okay. So let us continue our discussion further. So now, just to understand the importance of research question, okay, just consider a scenario. Like, say, imagine the scenario. Like, say, research paper or thesis is like this kind of a bungalow. Okay, so this is like what the outcome is. Its walls, which are like say important part of the entire house, are like say, we can consider them as say data collection and findings. Okay, its exteriors and interiors overall, like how it looks from outside and inside. It is our overall writing aspect. Okay, academic writing. Next is the foundation on which the like say this house is there. So our literature review and hypothesis forms this foundation. Okay, and finally, what is research question then? Okay, so research question, though all these three aspects are very much important, research question is the land beneath the foundation. Okay, because if this land is not suitable, okay, on which you have your foundation of this LRN hypothesis, further you are like say constructing your walls and finally exterior and interiors, then like say it like say this could be the result. You can see here land beneath the foundation is not appropriate. The everything else is like say looking fine, and once the land beneath the foundation is not appropriate, then your research work will not like say get the acceptance, okay, or will not survive. Okay, so from here we can understand the we can say importance this research question has. So it is in academic language, if we just consider, it is an answerable inquiry into a specific concern or issue which guides and centers your research study. Okay, this is very important where we try to understand that this has to be inquiry but answerable inquiry. Okay, something about which we can like say identify answers through our research work. Okay, and some specific concern or issue it should be highlighting. Okay, so now we have understood what is research question. Okay, so when I had started my research journey, especially into this academic research, and when I started my PhD, so there I had so many queries. Like say, chalo, I have understood what is the research question. But is there any specific process or procedures or steps involved? Okay. So thereafter, like say, reading so many different, like say, research papers, or maybe so many editorials from the topmost journals, or in fact, after attending so many different workshops and FDBs at some of the top universities and can say top institutes, I could come up with my own understanding that yes, can start with, like, so this could be the step. The first step could be, can start with mentioning specific research concern or issue. Okay. So what is specific research concern or issue? Say for example, since I'm from marketing background, I've tried to include this example from marketing, but the example is like I've tried to keep it general so that each of us can understand it well. So there is a concept known as in-game advertising. Okay, so in-game advertising is something where, like say, normally youths are quite active on playing the games on their smartphones. Okay, and while playing the games, in between there might be some advertising. Okay, so say someone wants to understand, like say, a researcher wants to understand that is there any effectiveness of in-game advertising. And since the, like say, most of the times this in-game the in games are being played by youth. Okay, so understanding effectiveness of in-game advertising for youth, this is the issue. Okay, the second step is, we need to decide what you want to know about the specific research concern or issue. Okay, so say for example, यहाँ पे we have tried to identify concern, but as a part of effectiveness, what exactly we want to know. Okay, so we need to specify, we need to elaborate. So say for example, we want to understand factors influencing the effectiveness of in-game advertising for you. Okay, so if we want that, like say, we want to understand the, while playing the games, youth, like say, likes which types of advertisement. Okay, or which are the factors. Say if it comes at the beginning of the game, then they are fine. If it comes at the end of the game, then they are happy, or in between the game with some offers and discounts related to game. So at that time, they consider them as more effective. Okay, and that there could be so many different factors. Okay, third third step is convert this means like say here, specific thing, specific research concern which we have identified into an answerable query. Okay, how to convert this into answerable query, that is question. Say for example, I've just converted this part, okay, this part into question. So which factors influence effectiveness of in-game advertising for you? Okay, so here I have simply converted that concern, specific concern, into an answerable query. But like before we go ahead or finalizing the research question, we should also check, this is the final step, that we need to ensure that question is not too broad or too narrow. Okay, say for example, here we have mentioned which factors influence the effectiveness. So what type of factors? Now factors could be n number of factors. Okay, so can we be more specific? Like say if it sounds to be a bit broader. Say for example, here, which factors influence effectiveness of in-game advertising for Indian youth towards fashion accessories? Okay, so this makes this question, research question, even more specific. Okay, because when we mention this, okay, it is specifically some fashion accessory company or some fashion accessory product wants to understand this. Okay, then we can consider this. In fact, as a part of factors also, we can further like say be more specific. We can say, say for example, which behavioral factors or which psychographic factors or demographic factors influence the effectiveness of in-game advertising for Indian youth. Okay, again here for which youth it was not mentioned. So for Indian youth, and towards what? So towards fashion accessories. Okay, so I hope these steps are clear to all. Like say research question, any queries, any doubts so far? Okay, we have one question on the chat box. If we are studying working and living conditions of workers, okay, what will be the research question? So again, I would suggest you just follow this four step. Okay. So what is your specific research concern? What exactly you are trying to study? Like say, as a part of again, working and living condition of workers. So is it about work-life balance? Is it about, say, for example, again, is it part of some manufacturing industry, or we can say service industry? Okay, or any other sector where you want to study this working and living condition, whether it talks about those workers who stay away from home, or those workers maybe who like say stay nearby their homes. Okay, sanitation workers. Okay, good. So if you follow all these steps, say step by step process, specific concern you have mentioned, so decide what you want to know about this issue. So working and living condition, as you have mentioned. Okay, so if you like say want to be more specific, working condition means like say from which perspective? Is it from the perspective of like say social perspective? Is it from their like say personal perspective? Or maybe like say for example it could be economical perspective, say for example how much they are earning and how much they contribute to the family. Okay, so if you follow like say that could be the second step. Third step mein, then you can finally convert that into the answerable query. Okay, it's social and economical as you have mentioned. Okay, now just try to convert this into a answerable query. Means इसको ही question में convert करने का try करो. See, you yourself are answering each of the questions, so it is just a filtering process where we clear our mind and come up with our own research question. So you can think about how to convert this into an answerable query and finally ensure whether it is not too broad or too narrow. Okay, so I think you can work towards it. Okay,
So
fine.
probably like we can ask a question if we talk about economical,
Mhm.
is your family above poverty line or below poverty line?
Maybe, or we can say, like say specifically, since they have mentioned social and economical. Okay,
Mhm.
okay. So we can say which social and economical factors affects working and living conditions of sanitation workers. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. So next we'll continue further. Now, how to generate a good research question? Okay. So far we have understood the steps. Okay. Now, while generating the like say generating a good research question means where we can actually take it to take this research into some scopus or some good quality journals. Okay, so we should be checking few parameters. First is clarity. Okay, say for example, I have considered here another example from say OB perspective. Okay, so clarity. Say how should organization address the harm work-life imbalance causes. Okay, like say someone has followed those four steps. Okay, and they've come up with this kind of research question. Now there are two problems with this research question. See, first is how should organization address the harm work-life imbalance causes? So which kind of harm? Okay, so that is something not clear. And like say imbalance causes, so what kind of causes it could be? Say for example, it could be what action should organization take to improve the work-life balance of its employees to ensure reduced the stress, okay, and improved productivity. So we can provide more clarity to this question. Okay? So here we can say harm. So like say what action should organization to take work-life balance is employee ensure reduce stress and improve productivity. These are the two problems they are trying to focus on. Okay. And since as we have seen, they have mentioned causes. So it causes the like say first is it affects their productivity, okay, and it also we can say causes like say harm in terms of stress. Okay. Next is it should be focused. Say for example, if someone like say someone's research question is what is the effect of social media sites on youth? Okay. There are so many such research work is available where they try to understand social media sites effect. But here, when we talk about effect, so what kind of effect are we talking about? Okay. Is it the emotional effect, mental effect, effect on their study, effect on their work, effect on their social life? What is? Okay. And which youth? So more specified question could be, research question could be, what is the effect of social media sites on education performance? Okay, so now it is more clear because what kind of effect we were not aware. So now what is the social media sites effect on education performance of which youth? So for example, Indian youth. Okay. Next is complexity. Okay. Now we need to ensure that research question should not be too simple. Okay, and it should not be too complex, but yes, it should be appropriately complex. Okay, if it is too simple, then like say it is quite easy to identify its answer or maybe like say conduct the research. Okay, and the probability would be that such research work might already be existing. Okay, so therefore can we make it appropriately complex? For example, say if someone's research question reads how viewers respond to advertising on OTT platforms. Okay, this OTT platforms like say Netflix, Disney Plus, Hotstar, Amazon, Prime, and so on. Okay, so uh, within OTT platforms, they have multiple plans, and in one of the plan where they also like say which is comparatively cheaper, but they will show some ads, okay, in between those contents. So someone wants to understand how viewers would respond to advertising on OTT platform. Okay. Now this is quite like say too simple. Now can we make it appropriately complex? Okay. So for example here, which demographic, geographic, and psychographic factors influence viewers' behavior towards advertising on OTT platforms? Okay. So this is how we can make it appropriately complex. So what like say here I've added is demographic, geographic, and psychographic factors. So factors which influence viewers' behavior for what advertising on OTT platforms. Okay. So then here it makes appropriately complex because demographic within demographic we have so many factors, geographic gender we have so many factors, psychographic maybe we have so many factors and so on. So it is appropriately complex. Okay. So I hope this is clear. Apart from the previous steps process, clarity, focus, and complexity should be considered. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So Ram Pratap sir has asked, can we have more than one variable in a research question? Yes, definitely. we can have multiple variables. Okay, as here you can see, I have highlighted demographic, geographic, psychographic factors. Okay, so it can be not a problem.
Sir, can you show the previous slide for a second, sir?
This one, yes. Any specific query?
No, no. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So next part is, once we are done with the say for example research question, we have finalized the research question. Okay. The next part would be how to identify the constructs. Okay. So before we go, let's say constructs are variables, factors. There are multiple terms which are being used. First, let us understand what is construct. Okay, and this is especially for the empirical paper. Okay, so construct is any abstract idea, or maybe we can say underlying theme or subject matter that can be measured and assessed using number of indicators or variables. Okay, so it is an idea. Okay, so just let us try to understand this with an example. Okay, so say one construct is which is quite popularly being used in marketing studies is attitude towards the brand. Okay, now as consumers, we all have different attitudes towards different brand. Okay, say for example, if I say take the name of some brand, say for example some laptop brands. Okay, so the most popular ones are HP, Dell, Lenovo, Asus, Acer, and so on. Okay, so but we have different, we can say, attitude towards such brands. Say we do not look at all the brands as like say as they are very good or they are very high in quality. Okay, now since HP and Dell kind of laptops or companies, what I have observed is they advertise a lot or they have good promotion. Okay, so because of such kind of promotion and maybe like say HP and laptop, we see HP and Dell, we see at several places. So हम लोग के mind में like say some attitude could be there. Like say some of us consider that yes, laptop में Dell and HP are considered to be a good quality brand. Okay, compared to that, say Acer, Lenovo. Okay, so might be some consumers feel that HP and Dell is a bit on a higher side. Maybe Lenovo and Acer could be उससे थोड़ा सा नीचे. Okay, maybe in terms of quality, but yeah, in terms of feature, it could be better. So we have different kind of attitudes. Even some others consumers might think exactly opposite also. They might think that no, Lenovo has better features, maybe better configuration, so it is more of value for money and mid-premium laptop rather than say HP and Dell. And this kind of attitude, it keeps on changing. Say for example, आपने कोई laptop खरीदा है. Say for example, you have purchased some whatever HP or Dell any laptop. So you had very positive attitude about it from what you have learned. But just consider a scenario where say just after purchasing and maybe using it for 3 to 4 months, maybe it's some problem with the say for example that SSD or maybe overall to working it is quite slow. Okay, I think someone's mic is on. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, yeah. Please, I would request participant to mute their mics. Okay, fine. So this attitude keeps on changing. Okay, so now how to tell whether we have good attitude, positive attitude towards a brand or not? So this is an abstract idea. Okay. Now to measure this, say for example, if we want to measure, say someone's height, then we have inches and feet. We want to measure, say, some distance. So we have meters, kilometers. So we have those specific measurements. Okay. But when it comes to like say such kind of say social study constructs or behavioral constructs, so there it is quite difficult, like say attitude, say someone's behavior, maybe say for example someone's intention, okay, perception. So all this are we do not have such kind of measurement, okay, and therefore we want to come up with what, like say something which can be measured and assessed. And how we can assess it? Using number of indicators or variables. So this number of indicators or variables are, say for example, these three statements. So these three statements, say for example, buying whatever specific brand. Say for example, here we say buying HP laptop is a good decision. I think HP is a satisfactory brand. I think HP has lot of beneficial characteristics. Okay. So these are, say for example, three statements, and these three statements are known as indicators, as you can see here, okay, through which we can measure it. So here in this case, construct is attitude towards brand, and the same term, different research paper or different researchers name it differently. Someone would say it is a construct, someone would say it is a factor, or maybe latent variable or unobserved variable. Okay. So whenever you heard any of these terms, so that means that it is a construct like this attitude towards the brand, which requires some statements to be measured. And the statements are known as indicators or observed variables, or some paper also mention this as items. Okay. So here, through this, we can say observed variables, we can measure and assess the abstract idea, that is attitude towards a brand. And how to measure it? For each of this, we can say statement will have, say for example, 5 point or 7 point kind of scale, okay, where say for example it may start with it may start with strongly disagree, okay, then maybe somewhat disagree and so on, okay, in between there would be neutral, and then on extreme right hand side it would be strongly agree. Okay, so that is how like say, and for each of the statement respondents would submit their responses whether they strongly agree or disagree with this statement. Okay, and based on the responses we receive for each of the statement, we would be able to measure ki whether overall attitude towards brand is positive, favorable, or it is negative. Okay, so I hope this difference between construct and variables or factors is clear. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, it is clear, quite clear.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so here can say linking this with the identified gap from the existing literature. So that is how we generally do that. We like say from literature review, we try to identify several previous studies or previous research work, and from there we try to identify a gap that like say which kind of constructs had not yet been studied, okay, or which type of variable, or we can say unobserved variable or factor is not yet been studied in the existing literature, and therefore we will go ahead with that kind of construct. Okay, now once, like say, so far we have discussed research question, construct. Okay, so next part is developing the hypothesis. Okay, and based on that creating a conceptual model. Okay, so here there are some prerequisite of formulating the hypothesis. Okay, where like say can start with, just a minute, I'll change this. Okay. So prerequisite includes, first is identification of important variables or factors, okay, from management research problem, or maybe we can say business research problem, okay, or in any research problem, okay, and establish relationship among these variables through logical reasoning in the theoretical framework. Okay. So first is what, like say some research problem would be there, okay, and from that research problem can come up with some specific variables or factors, and then within those factors and variables we can like say make propose some relationship. For example, okay, say if I want to understand, say that if some company is having good advertising, okay, the advertising or advertising message remains the same, and I want to understand that if we introduce with the same advertising, if we introduce celebrity, okay, some movie star or maybe some sports star, okay, so if I include celebrity in the advertisement, okay, what is its impact on the we can say purchase intention, okay, of the target consumer. Say for example, as we were discussing that laptop brands, okay, so laptop brands generally promote about their features or maybe configuration, okay, their prices, brand name, and so on. So see some laptop company thinks about it, that let us introduce one celebrity, okay. Maybe if someone wants to connect that with the performance, consistent performance of the laptop through, like say, for next 4 to 5 years. So that just to highlight that consistency, say for example, they hire or maybe they bring some celebrity from sports who has been consistent in his or her performance. Okay, it could be, say for example, someone like Virat Kohli, or maybe someone like Jasprit Bumrah, or maybe whatever, like whoever, someone or someone from other sports. Okay, so those who have remained consistent throughout. Okay, and they want to like say use them for their laptop brand just to like say showcase that consistency. Okay, so now it becomes like say these are the two variables. One is celebrity ad effectiveness, okay, and next is purchase intention. So what is the relationship? If we use celebrity ad, okay, or we use celebrity in the ad, it will increase the purchase intention of our of the target audience. Okay, so this becomes what hypothesis. Okay, so we have just done this, identify important variables and establish relationship among these variables through some logical reasoning and theoretical frame. Okay, what is the purpose of this we can say hypothesis development is first to test whether relationships that have been theorized or maybe proposed from say previous literature you have read, or usme se what kind of research question you have got, and after research question what kind of hypothesis you frame. So to test whether the relationship that have been theorized do in fact hold true or not. Okay. So whatever we have thought, like say for example for this one, I had thought कि celebrity को include करते ही purchase intention increase हो जाएगा. So this is what my say assumption like say a research assumption, इसके लिए it is hypothesis. Okay. And hypothesis development can be described as a logical inferred relationship between two or more variables expressed in the form of testable statement. Okay. So before we proceed, here I would like to hear from some of the participants that maybe you must have done some research work, or you would be in process of doing some research work. Okay. So can you give me some hypothesis where you had considered the two different variables? Okay. So some responses on the chat box about hypothesis or hypothesis statement for both H1 and H0. Yes. Okay, we have few responses. The first one is from Panti ma'am. H0 is there is no significant difference between gender and investor perception, and there is significant difference between gender and investor perception. Okay, good. Okay, then Asavari ma'am have mentioned loneliness is experienced mainly by male elderly. This could be maybe alternate hypothesis. Okay. Yes, Rampratam sir. Yes, you have mentioned it right. Null hypothesis is no relationship between variables, and H1 is relationship. Some statement hypothesis statement of your research work. Okay. So Mohammed Haider sir have mentioned there is no relationship between intelligence and academic achievement, and there is strong relationship between intelligence and academic achievement. Okay. And Murugan sir, okay, Ramya ma'am have mentioned there is no significant difference between gender and awareness level. Okay, can be considered. And next is null hypothesis. Under this, there is no significant. Tanu Sharma ma'am has mentioned. Okay, fine, fine. So I've received good number of responses. Okay, thank you. So now from say so many such different ways of expressing your hypothesis. Okay. Within this also, I would like to share there are some different types of research hypothesis. So once I share this, you can cross check like which type of hypothesis you were mentioning. Okay. There is one hypothesis known as directional hypothesis. Okay. So as the name suggests, it gives or works in some direction. Okay. It is useful when relationship between two or more variables is hypothesized in some direction, either positive or negative. Okay. Or maybe it tries to compare two or more groups by say mentioning words like more than or less than. Okay. So we'll try to understand this with an example. See, first example here, greater the stress experienced in the job, the lower the job satisfaction of employees. Okay. So it is giving some direction, like say if stress level is high, then job satisfaction would be low. So some direction. So there is a negative relationship between stress and job satisfaction. Okay. This is one way of highlighting directional hypothesis. Another way is say someone has mentioned this hypothesis, say youth are more motivated than the mid-age group. Okay. Again, what they are doing is the second part, which is comparing two or more groups. Okay. So either we are giving some positive or negative direction, or if we are coming up with some kind of comparison, so then it would be directional hypothesis. Okay. And then we have something known as non-directional hypothesis as well. Okay. So non-directional hypothesis is useful when relationship or difference is hypothesized, but it offers no indication of direction of this relationship. It is more of a neutral thing. Okay. Say for example, there is a relationship between age and job satisfaction. Okay. So it doesn't tells if age, like as in age increases, okay, your job satisfaction either increases or decreases. Okay. Or maybe youth have more or maybe less job satisfaction when we compare it with the those who are having, like say, in the mid-age group or maybe in the say old age group, whatever it is. Okay. So they have just mentioned there is a relationship, but what kind of relationship they have not mentioned. This is non-directional. Another example could be, say, for example, there is a difference between the work ethic values of American and Asian employees. Okay. Work ethic values means they have different kind of work ethics. Okay. But they have again not mentioned or compared here. जैसे कि यहाँ पे they had compared youth are more motivated than mid-age group. Here they have not mentioned, like say, for example, American have better ethics than Asian employees, or Asian employees have better work ethic values than American. They have just mentioned there is a difference. Okay, so even such kind of hypothesis could be there. Okay, so this is the difference between directional and non-directional hypothesis. Now, how to develop a hypothesis? Okay, so for this, like uh, when you go through or maybe when you write the LR, so it has to be part of your literature review. Hypothesis should be part of your literature review. Okay, where in LR we generally start with highlighting key theories and definitions from the like say existing literature. We try to support the inclusion of each construct by citing the relevant studies and try to mention clear support for the proposed relationship between each of the constructs. So these proposed relationships are nothing but the hypothesis. Okay. So while writing the hypothesis, it is important that we develop a clear logical argument, okay, explaining why the core constructs are related in proposed fashion. So we like say simply cannot like say write the hypothesis. Like say for example, I want to research about as I was mentioning in-game advertising. Okay, so when say for example celebrity in-game advertising effect of celebrity in-game advertising on you. So and my hypothesis is when say for example uh, when we show celebrity advertisement as in-game advertising, youth are more attracted towards it. So this is my opinion. Okay, this is not or this cannot be a research hypothesis. Before we mention research hypothesis, it is very important that we develop a clear logical argument explaining why the core constructs, jo, like say relationship which we are trying to establish, why they are related. And we'll understand this by one example of one paper. Okay. Again, someone's mic is on. So if you could please put it on mute. In case someone wants to ask the question, they can ask and maybe then they can go on mute.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, yes, please.
Sir, whatever hypothesis is supported by the theory has to be put in the alternate H1.
Yes, most of the research journals, especially the Scopus ones, they expect only H1, alternate hypothesis. Okay.
Which is supported by the literature review, right, sir?
Yes, yes. I will just share one example of such a research paper and how they have written LR. Like say, hypothesis should be result of LR. Like say, it should flow within the literature review. Okay,
Right.
that is what they expect here. Okay. Next is substantiate the inclusion of each hypothesis. Substantiate, we need to like say justify, substantiated that why this hypothesis is included in your study. Okay. And how we can do it through established theory, conceptual framework, and empirical evidences. Okay. And then finally, we can generate the conceptual model. Okay. So, for example, here I've considered one such study. It is uh, about, like, say, this is their title. I hope you can read it. High core self evaluators maintain creativity, a motivational model of abusive supervision. Okay. Now, here what they are trying to study is, I'm just trying to explain you this model. Okay. Where they have argued that, like, say, in, say, you can consider any organization or any, like, say, corporate setup, or maybe any like, say, workplace, where the supervisor, okay, supervisor of that team or that person is abusive. Okay. Someone who will not motivate or will not support, but would be always abusive. Okay. So this abusive supervision, it affects the intrinsic motivation first. Okay. And then in turn, intrinsic motivation means our inner motivation. Okay. We might be having some inner motivation that yes, we will perform, or maybe any employee would have, that I have this capability and I will, like, say, perform it very nicely. But abusive supervision is there, then it negatively affects the intrinsic motivation, and intrinsic motivation reduce करता है. ठीक है. Generally, intrinsic motivation, it enhances creativity. ठीक है. If you are motivated from inside, it can enhance the creativity. Okay. But since if it is, like, say, being affected by abusive supervision, then it can affect creativity negatively. Okay. However,
Hello.
there is one moderator.
कॉलेज में नहीं सर
Again, someone's mic is on.
फॉर्म सबमिट करा था तो क्या लगा सर फॉर्म नीचे
Yeah. Okay. So here you can see there is, like, say, one more variable is there, constructed as core self evaluation. And core self evaluation is not affecting any of the factors or variables directly, but it is affecting the relationship. So it is known as moderator. Okay. It moderates the relationship. So here, if you see, what they are trying to study in this, we can say, entire research paper is that if, like, say, we ourselves, or maybe any human being or any employee, they have core self evaluation. Jinko, like, say, such employee, just consider an employee who has abusive boss. Okay. But he or she is very much confident about his or her capabilities. Okay. And say, even after working so hard and giving some good output or good work, good results, if supervisor keeps on, like, say, abusing, so it will not affect those who have very core self evaluation. They have high level of core self evaluation. So this abusive supervision will not affect their intrinsic motivation. Okay. Because they are, like, say, they are very much aware about their capabilities. Okay. Their, we can say, kind of contribution they are making, for example, and therefore their intrinsic motivation would not be affected, and in turn creativity would keep on growing. Okay. So this is how they have tried to come up with a model. Okay. I'm just trying to share its paper. Just a minute. I need to present another document. Just a minute. Okay.
Hello, sir.
So yes, can you see this Journal of Management?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So the paper which I was just giving you the example. So this is the paper, High Core Self-Evaluation Maintain Creativity, Motivational Model for Abusive Supervision. Okay. So this is published in Journal of Management. You can later on search about it. This is ABDC A star and Scopus Q1. So top one of the topmost journals. Okay. And let us try and learn from this journal's article that how they have mentioned the literature review and hypothesis. So I'm just trying to find out the hypothesis. Yeah, this is the first hypothesis. Okay, you can just read this. Like say, this is what they have mentioned hypothesis, and in between, this is in between the literature review. The first hypothesis is intrinsic motivation mediates the negative relation between abusive supervision as perceived by employees and their creativity. This is their first hypothesis. Abhi hypothesis, like say from where it is coming. Okay. First, I will just try to explain you what they are trying to mention here. So this is the model. So their first hypothesis is that this intrinsic motivation mediates this relationship between abusive supervision and creativity. It act as a mediator. Okay, but from where they have got this kind of hypothesis? Okay, so under literature review and hypothesis, okay, they have started talking about different theory. As I mentioned you, it should include theoretical framework. So here they have some componential model of creativity. Intrinsic motivation is one of the most critical component. Okay, and then they have mentioned some like say quotes from that papers. Then they've cited multiple papers, okay, talking about, say, for example, this statement: if individuals pay little attention to resolving a problem, then they will engage less in the problem-solving process, and thus their resolution may not be novel or useful, and so on. Like say, creative solutions के ऊपर, like they have studied, and then they have identified so many. You can see after almost each and every sentence, they have this citation of different papers. Okay, so everything is coming from the previous research work. This is just to set that we can say tone of how we can substantiate the research hypothesis. Okay, and just towards the end of this paragraph, they mention this argument suggests possible positive relation between intrinsic motivation and creativity. यानी mediator और creativity के बीच में there is a positive relationship. ठीक है? Then they have mentioned so many things about again creative process, and then finally they have mentioned towards the end of second paragraph, in the context of creativity, such negative relationship may represent important social environmental factors. So relation negative क्या है? If supervisor engage in abusive behavior, okay, तो उससे creativity कम हो जाता है. ठीक है? That is what they are mentioning here. Then in the third paragraph, okay, they have mentioned again several work, and I'm just trying to highlight few important things here. The abusive supervision may represent most theoretically relevant construct for linking an unfavorable social environment with reducing motivation as well. So supervision, such supervision will reduce creativity and will reduce motivation. Okay, and then in the next paragraph, finally, they have tried to explain that connection, overall connection, and then you can just read this highlighted line. So after three paragraphs of so many citations, so many like say detailing, they mentions in sum, according to Amabile's componential model that links social environment and intrinsic motivation creativity, we suggest that employees who are abused by their supervisors, they experience a reduction in their enjoyment of work for their own sake and contribute to decreased creativity via repressed intrinsic motivation. So motivation भी कम हो जाता है, creativity, and hence we propose, and उसके बाद they have mentioned hypothesis 1. So this is how, like say, this journals expect you to write or bring about the hypothesis. In some of the, like say, previous journals, because before I started this like say PhD journey, or before I started this Cooper's research work, even I used to refer to several different ISSN or ISBN journals. Like say, some of the journals which mention, like say, there would be some 3 4 paragraphs of ELA, and then separately there would be a section जहाँ पे एक साथ there would be 4 5 7 8 hypotheses. Okay, and from nowhere we can relate कि अच्छा from where this hypothesis is coming. So then, like when I started reading about such papers about this Cooper's index journals, so there I could realize that this is the logic and this is quite rational and logical. Okay. Similar is the case with upcoming hypothesis. Again, if you can see, they have started writing about say different aspects for next 3 paragraphs, and then just before this second hypothesis, they have mentioned, although abusive supervision represent negative evaluation, okay, but there is, like say, something known as core self evaluation that was moderator. Okay, and based on this, then they have proposed that core self evaluation moderates the relation between abusive supervision and intrinsic motivation. Okay, similar is the case with third hypothesis as well. Okay, so again they have justified several things, and then finally they have mentioned the hypothesis. So this is how, like say, this journals would, like say, expect you to write about the hypothesis. Okay. Okay, so I hope it is clear. Any doubt? Yes, I think Preeti ma'am has raised her hand. Yes, ma'am. Tell me. Yes, Preeti ma'am. Any question? Okay, okay. So thank you for all your responses. Huh. Now Ram Pratap sir has asked this question, a very valid question. Why we take null hypothesis? Okay. So actually, the background of this hypothesis. Okay. Before I could share, I will just share my PPT screen. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for all your responses. Now, when it comes to null and alternate hypothesis. Okay. So, like say, this comes from, like say, this hypothesis comes from the law background. Okay. And say, just consider a scenario where, say, there are two persons, okay, person A and person B, okay, and person A has filed a case against person B, okay, that person B has done some kind of crime, whatever crime is, okay. So person A has, like say, had gone to court, okay, and he has asked court that person B is criminal, okay. Now for court, like the judges, for them, like say, they have never known person B, okay, and if at all they know about it, then also they need to be, like say, they need to be come up with the judgment with neutrality, okay. So say person A himself would not, like say, we can say, he'll not fight the case, so they will have some, each of them would have their own advocates, okay. Now, so before the case starts, I think someone is trying to use this. Yeah, please do not operate it from your side. Yeah, okay. So here, say I was considering this example of maybe person A's file case against person B. Okay. So now for judge, can just consider there are two possibilities. One is the alternate hypothesis, which is coming from this. Okay. that is person B is criminal. Okay, and null hypothesis, person B is not criminal. Okay, so now task, like who has filed this case? This case is being filed by the advocate of this A, person A. So person A के लिए it is null, zero. Null means कि person B is not criminal. For them, like say for his understanding, it is zero. Okay, but he believes in, on whatever kind of say evidences we might be having, he believes that yes, person B is criminal. Okay, so till the time case goes on, it is always like say they believe that it is null hypothesis. Okay, and if court needs to come up with some judgment, then it is the task of the advocate of person A that they have to prove their hypothesis, that is alternate hypothesis. Okay, so till the time it is not proven, it remains null hypothesis. Okay, otherwise it remains, or otherwise it can be converted into alternate hypothesis. Okay, so like say from this background it is coming that, तो null means कि जब तक decision making नहीं होता है, till the time it is not proved, it remains null, and therefore you come up with, as a researcher, we need to always think about both the hypotheses. Because if say समझो, if I am a researcher and this is my hypothesis, so I would be always very much excited about it. I would be always very much confident about it. Yes, yes, this relationship will definitely work and ये काम करेगा. This is my hypothesis. Hypothesis ने ये result दिया. ठीक है. But researchers are expected to work like judges. ठीक है. That you collect the data, you analyze the data neutrally. You should not be biased at all. And then once you have collected data, you have analyzed data, and out of that those analysis, whatever results comes, you are fine with any of such results, whether it remains null hypothesis, or whether your alternate hypothesis, your proposed hypothesis is being accepted. Okay, so that is the background about it. So just to ensure that you remain neutral about it. Okay, but most of the journals now, they focus on this specific thing. Specific thing means ki exactly what is your contribution. Okay, so only tell us about that thing, alternate hypothesis. We are aware that yes, if it doesn't works, then it is null hypothesis. Okay, fine. Any other question, query? Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for your kind comments. Fine. So we'll continue further. Okay. So now research problem, when we comes to this, like say final part of this first part, which is about this formulating some research problem. Okay. So what is the importance of defining problem, research problem? Okay. So stating the general problem first, then identify some specific components. Okay, just a minute, let me take this. So identify specific components of the business research problem. So since this is more of business or management research problem, okay. So for example, general problem could be, say, some sales of particular product category is very low compared to previous year. Okay. Say some practical problem, or maybe some company approaches you, or maybe your research department, that boss, we have this product, and since you are quite active in research work, so we are facing this issue that we have this product category where it is working quite well since so many years, but suddenly in this year, its sales are going down. Okay, so this is a very general problem. Okay, now how to convert this into a specific problem? Okay, so components of business problem could be, say, now why sales could be down. It could be about, say, consumer preferences about the product. Okay, where now consumers think negatively about the product, or is it so that your competitors are providing better offers, and therefore you are, like say, consumers are not preferring your product? or is it about technological changes in the market? Say your product is technologically outdated product. Say for example, uh, for say a few years there was one company, smartphone company, Micromax from India. So it was doing quite well. Okay, and then suddenly, like say after there's several smartphone companies like from China entered with so many offers. So somehow Micromax could not like say speed up or maybe pace up with such kind of technological changes, and then its product become outdated. Okay, or it was not up to the mark when we compare to other smartphones available. So that could be another reason of low sales, or sometimes it could be say effectiveness of advertising and promotional efforts. You are not like say you doing good advertisement or promotion and so on. So there could be so many different components of each of this problem. So you need to first, yes, you can specify your general problem and try to identify several components of such problem. Okay, just a minute. So research problem is, yes, it is required especially for the like say PhD scholars can connect it well because they need to come up with the research problem, and for all those faculty members also who they present their papers in several conferences. So there they need to specify research problem. So statement about some area of concern or condition to be improved, or are difficult to be say eliminated, or some troubling question that exists in the scholarly literature or in theory, or sometimes in practice that points to the need for meaningful understanding. So research problem could involve any of this. Okay, there are so many things, but it should be about some area of concern. Okay, and within that, here I've tried to like say come up with some specific things. Say for example, here uh, as a part of say for example say management decision problem and research problem. So many times we as a researcher only focus on the broader aspect. Okay, but we need to also focus on the specific aspects. Say for example here, so someone like say as a part of management decision problem, it only asks what decision maker needs to do. But here we as a researcher, we ask about what kind of information is needed and how it should be obtained, कहाँ से information data निकाल सकते हैं. ठीक है. So decision is something when we submit some report and then they will take some action. So our task would be as a researcher, we should be coming up with some kind of information. Okay. So sometimes, say for example, one study research paper I was working on was with respect to advertisement of the chocolate products. Okay, chocolate confectionery kind of products. So there, I could identify that they were using some specific type of advertisement. Okay, जिसको बोला जाता है some exaggerated. जैसे कि you must have seen the advertisement of that 5-star chocolate, where the Ramesh Suresh kind of campaign is there, where they say khao ho jao. Like say once you eat the like say 5-star, then you are not aware कि आप actually आप क्या कर रहे हो, ठीक है? Or maybe you do nothing. Okay, so that is so. Say for example, I wanted to understand कि there are so many such exaggeration, Mentos, दिमाग की बत्ती जलाओ, and so many such ads are there. So while purchasing chocolate, like do consumers, especially youth consumers, connect with this exaggerated contents of the advertising or not? So such kind of information, like I was looking for, such kind of research I was working on. And as a result of that, I could found that yes, especially within youth, male population, they get influenced by such kind of advertising. Okay. However, female uh, audiences or female consumers, they focus more on the taste of the chocolate, okay, or the brand of the chocolate rather than the kind of advertisement or positioning it has. Okay, so based on this information, maybe like say for future campaigns of this chocolates or maybe different chocolates, they can get enough idea. okay, or maybe some new player is there and they are bit skeptical कि मुझे कौन से type का advertisement बनाना चाहिए. Okay, so they can get this information कि yes, exaggerated fun element is working well and we can continue with such kind of advertisement. Okay, so it is coming from some information, research information. And here like it could be like say it focuses on underlying causes and this is focus on symptoms. So broader level pe it only focuses on symptoms as in ki, some specific say for example if say consider another example from HR perspective. Okay, that HR policy or maybe we can say overall organizational policy, they have changed it where they will they are increasing 5% salary of all the employees, but with the same like say same effect, they will also started working on all Saturdays. Say for example, previously they had like say holiday for 2 Saturdays, like banks, and now they've started working for all Saturdays. So 5% increment de diya, and then they are calling them on all Saturdays. Okay. So now suddenly they could see that productivity drops, for example. So productivity drop हो रहा है is a symptom. Productivity drop क्यों हो रहा है? So we need to understand causes. ठीक है? So simple कोई like say someone would say कि जब से आपने like say this Saturday off बंद किया है तब से productivity drop हुआ है. Okay? But however some causes could be different. So that could be opinion. But opinion नहीं, वहाँ पे we need to research. We need to come up with the questionnaire. We need to conduct some interviews with the employees. And then sometimes it could be totally different kind of reasons come up. जैसे कि one such study had included this reason is they started believing that like say employees started believing that company is money minded. ठीक है? And companies making us money minded. That 5% दिखा के 2 Saturday off निकाल रहे हैं. Okay? So even we will become money minded. Okay? Why money minded? Say so now they started calculating number of hours they used to work, and say for example they needed to work for say 48 hours in a week. So exactly like say 8 hours per day. So exactly 8 hours होते ही they will stop working for each of the days. Okay? So that was the real cause, not 5% and Saturday off. Okay, because they thought companies now focusing more on, or they say they are now playing smart with this 5% increment. So we will also play smart with our limited contribution or maybe limited working hours. Okay, so that is how we need to research and identify the causes. So some examples, say for example someone say broader research could be, should a new product be introduced? Okay, if some company is facing some issue or maybe they are coming up with some idea, so before they launch the product, researchers should understand, first determine consumer preferences, their purchase intention for the proposed new product, और उसके बाद ही नया product launch करो. Say for example, if Pepsi launches ice cream, ठीक है, Pepsi thinks that already we are selling soft drinks and fruit juices, so let us launch ice creams. सो बट पेप्सी के साथ आइसक्रीम कनेक्ट करेगा कि नहीं, नॉट श्योर. वो कैसे कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, यानी हाउ वी कैन चेक इट, बाय कंडक्टिंग सम काइंड ऑफ रिलेवेंट रिसर्च वर्क. ओके, सिमिलरली से शुड एडवर्टाइजिंग कैंपेन बी चेंज्ड. ओके, जैसे कि वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट दैट 5 स्टार. सो 5 स्टार इज ईट 5 स्टार डू नथिंग. ठीक है, सो नाउ दे रियलाइज कि काफी टाइम से ये चल रहा है एंड मे बी नेक्स्ट शुड वी कम अप विद some different kind of campaign now. But before we change, researcher as a researcher हम लोग को क्या करना चाहिए, determine the effectiveness of current advertising campaign first. Okay, and if it is effective enough, why to change it, we can continue with that. Okay, so while like say formulating a research problem, we should be following this 5-step process. Okay, first some idea emerges, so we can consider this as more of like say research question. Idea के साथ ही research question अपने mind में आता है. Then we need to brainstorm it with relevant experts. Okay, then Apart from, like, say, discussing it with, say, expert researchers, we can also go through the review of literature. So literature में already इसके ऊपर what kind of things are there, so we can go through those things. After, like, say, going through literature review, वहाँ पे we need to identify gap and identify variables. What are the variables? ठीक है. And उसके बाद finally we need to formulate the research problem. Okay, so based on this variables, now we will formulate a research problem. So this is the 5-step process of formulating a research problem. Okay. And as we discussed in the previous slide, we need to be, like, say, broader research problem ko, we need to make it more specific. Okay. So I hope about this research problem, it is also clear. Any queries, any doubts?
No, sir, it's clear.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you all for your responses. Fine. So this ends the first part of our session. Okay. So before we continue with the next part, I would like to check with sir. Sir, should we continue, or, like, say, is there any, like, say, do we require to take some break of, like, a small break of 5 minutes or so?
No, sir. Continue, sir.
Okay.
Sir, you want to give the 5 minutes break, sir, if you want.
Okay, we can, because, like, say, since participants are would be sitting at one place from, like, say, almost 1.5 hours.
Okay, okay, sir.
So they may take this, like, say, if they want to, like, say, biological break ले सकते हैं हम लोग यहाँ पे.
ओके ठीक है सर, आप चाहते हो तो 5 मिनट का हम लोग ब्रेक लेते
5
हैं.
minutes, 5 minutes का short break.
ओके,
ठीक है.
शॉर्ट ब्रेक लेते हैं फिर सेशन.
Yes, yes. So I would request all the participants. See, it's 4:24, 4:25. Exactly 4:30 ko will start again. Okay.
ओके ओके सर.
Yes, yes. We'll keep this on as it is. ये meeting as it is on रखते हैं sir.
यस सर.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, sir. So, should we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I hope all the participants are back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please start the session, sir.
Okay. Uh, like a couple of people have raised their hands. So, in case some questions or queries you can ask.
Ganesh, sir, any question? Ganesh Shinde, sir.
Sir, I wanted to ask,
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
sir, from the literature review, if we say, okay, that there is a relationship that should exist in alternate hypothesis, what if when we actually study into our thesis, it does not work out and it comes against it? So does
Hmm,
the
hmm,
thesis
hmm.
become invalid?
No, no. So now for this, I would like to give some practical advice. Okay. So when you like say are you are at which stage of your PhD thesis? If you can suggest me.
Sir, I've already submitted the synopsis and literature review like shows that these workers are more alcoholic, but when I'm studying, this is not coming out actually. They are not
Fine,
spending much
fine,
on alcohol.
fine. No, not a problem. Okay. So what I would suggest is that from literature review, like say I would suggest try to go through at least like say 120 odd papers. Okay. And just before like say you complete this reading, do not go with any other like say further hypothesis. And while reading these papers, what you can do is like say you can prepare a table or maybe some Excel sheet where you can just mention about what kind of hypothesis they had, what kind of results they achieved, what kind of variables they studied. Okay. And keep on preparing this for at least some so for 100 odd papers. Okay. And after that, actually you'd be able to identify some gap. Is there any gap, or if gap is there, what is that strong gap? First thing. Second things, then you would be having so many options of working on multiple variables and multiple hypotheses. I would give you my example that while working on my thesis, I initially had selected around 16 different factors or variables. Okay. And I was trying to study overall hypothesis where around three, four, mm, it was around 18 or 19, including some mediating hypothesis. And why I did so, because I was quite aware about this fact that after collecting the data, when I run the data analysis, some of this hypothesis won't work. Okay. So out of those, like say 15 variables based on which I created questionnaire, then I collected the data. So out of those 18 hypotheses, I could find that around 12 hypotheses were working, 6 hypotheses were not working. Okay. Then I filter those out. Okay. See, I'm not saying that you remove all the hypotheses which are not working, but what is expected from a research scholar nowadays is that from your research work, your hypothesis, data analysis, some meaningful contribution should come up. Okay. And therefore like say many like say reviewers or the editorial board or editors would like say would suggest that try to like say present those hypotheses, or at least say if you are suggesting 10 hypotheses, ensure that at least 8 of them are working. 80% of the hypothesis should be working. So how we can achieve that? We can begin with more hypothesis, more constructs, and then we can have less number of hypotheses. Okay, I hope this
Okay.
answers your query.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Babu Sahib Jadhav, any question? Babu Sahib Jadhav? Babu Sahib Jadhav? So no
Okay.
question.
No, no question. Fine, fine. We will continue further. Okay. So now we'll start with the next important part. Just a minute. I'll just share this screen. Okay, I hope the screen is visible.
Uh, yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So now we'll be discussing about methods of data collection, and from this methods, we will zero into the, like, say, one prominent method which is more related to questionnaire. Okay, and this questionnaire could be qualitative, quantitative, mixed method, anything. Okay, so something which is being used widely. So method of data collection, first, I'm sure you all would be aware about this, some basic concepts like, say, primary data, secondary data. So primary data is wherever we try to collect it uh, with like, say, our own efforts, like, say, through survey, observation, experiments, questionnaire, and personal interviews. So this becomes, like, say, data collection methods. Okay, where we could do some surveys with respect to like, while using questionnaire. Okay, we can do some observations, but observations generally works well when we have such tools available. So for example, uh, if you are considering some retail shoppers, we can say, behavior in an organized retail store. Okay, so there you require to have access of like, say, such those CCTV cameras being used by a retailer. Okay, or maybe sometimes some, like, say, neuro marketing tools, as say some eye tracking sensors are there. Say if you have changed your product placement, आपका product समझो top shelf में था, top shelf से निकाल के आपने से second shelf में रखा है. So does this affect your customers? ठीक है, whether customers would look only to the top shelves, or maybe they still would find you, or maybe second shelf maybe they could easily find you. So that would be part of observation. Okay, sometimes it could be based on some experiments. Okay, so experiments would be like, say, sometimes could be part of where, say, one experiment which I would share is, again, from marketing perspective. So generally in digital marketing, there is one concept which is quite popular, A/B advertising. Okay? A/B advertisement means जहाँ पे we have two different advertisement options, or both the options are quite good. That A advertisement का भी video काफी अच्छा है, B का भी अच्छा है. So which to use? So we will run some experiment where a set of people on social media would be shown just advertisement A, and we'll try to understand what are their we can say response. Okay, whether they are liking it, whether they are commenting on it, sharing that or not. Okay, and then we will continue this experiment with similar kind of we can say consumers in with advertising B. Okay, so this audience would be different, but we'll try to understand कि whether advertisement A पे अच्छा response आ रहा है और B पे अच्छा response आ रहा है. Similar kind of experiment could be product experiment, where just before product is launched full-fledged, okay, what they do is they conduct some kind of experiment where they, without revealing the brand name, wo, like, say, they generally circulate this product free of cost to some consumers. Okay, you just test this chocolate, or taste this product, or taste this soft drink. This is a new flavor, and whether you are liking it or not. Okay, so that kind of things can be done. The next is questionnaire, personal interviews. So sometimes personal interviews could also be quite useful, but this would be helpful, especially in the case where, say, you are dealing with some specific problem where some expert opinion is required, first thing, or might be a pure qualitative study. Okay, say for example, again, I would like to give my example where I had used this personal interviews in combination with questionnaire. So, in my study, I wanted to identify, as I was sharing, that that exaggerated advertising, okay, which is known as puffery advertisement. So there I could found that chocolate may there are so many advertisement, like say 5 star is one such. Then we have Kit Kat, okay. Then we have Cadbury, Crispello, and so many different advertisements are there जहाँ पे थोड़ा सा exaggerate करता है, ठीक है. Then within that like say chewing gum kind of products, bubble gum kind of products. So there also I could find that like say some chupa chup candies were there, some different like say bubble gum, prickly gum was there, and uske advertisement bhi were exaggerated. Then I could also see as a part of candy, toffee. So टॉफी में आपने देखा रहेगा पल्स कैंडी का एडवर्टीजमेंट विच वाज एग्जैजरेटेड कि पल्स के लिए कुछ भी करेगा, प्राण जाए पर पल्स न जाए, ऐसे एडवर्टीजमेंट होते थे. और मे बी अल्पेनलिबे. So such kind of advertisements. So I could find many advertisement, but उसमें से final respondents को कौन से advertisement दिखाने चाहिए, and उसके ऊपर their response should be taken. So before going to the final respondent, I conducted this personal interviews with the industry experts working in advertising industry. Okay, and I asked them, out of so many such advertisement available, please suggest me which advertisement has more exaggeration, okay, from consumers perspective, and which would be the best advertisements to be used for each of the categories. Okay. So I took such personal interviews of around 34 or 30, like say 30 plus people, experts. Okay. And then based on their response, I could finalize my set of advertisement, which I linked with the questionnaire. Okay. So questionnaire was designed in such a way where the every time someone opens the questionnaire, first thing they will require to view is the ad. पहले ad video देखेंगे, and ad video once they have watched, उसके बाद ही they could go further and give their response. Okay, so here you can see questionnaire and personal interview. Two things were combined. Okay, so one is qualitative, one is quantitative. So this can be done. Next is now primary data. Yes, we have one benefit that it is specific to the researcher's need. Okay, that yes, we want to study only this variables and this factors. So accordingly, we can prepare the questionnaire or like say do the observations and come up with the data. And yes, from budget perspective, expense perspective, yes, it is expensive. Why? Because might not be like say we might think we are not spending any money, but we are spending our time. Okay. So here, like say, we need to spend more hours while designing the questionnaire, while collecting the data, and so on. Okay. So yes, it is expensive, but one thing is we can get real-time data. That if some researcher had worked on this 3 years back, but 3 years में तो काफी like say some changes would be there, and therefore we believe in collecting say real-time data. That is about primary data. When it comes to secondary data, so secondary data with data collected by someone else earlier. Okay. Now, how much earlier is can depend and differ. Say, for example, there are so many government publications. Okay, which keeps on coming up with their own databases. Like there is one website which you might have heard about, IBEF. Okay, so IBEF may we can get data of several different sectors and industry. Say maybe if we visit some ministry of say for example health, we can get several healthcare related data of India. Okay. Similarly, like I said, there are so many different ministry of exports. So we can get export related data of say some industry. Next is from different websites, books. So you must have heard about websites like statista.com, where we can get some secondary data about the growth of the industry, or maybe what is the market share of different industry, or maybe you might have heard about AC Nielsen. Okay, so AC Nielsen is a research company, and they also do publish some kind of research reports. We have Euromonitor as another website or other, like say, someone's mic is on. Yeah. Okay. So Euromonitor is another such website to which we can like say get some data. Okay. Or journal articles, internal records of the company. So these are several different sources जहाँ पे data is already there. ठीक है. And it may or may not be the specific to the researcher's need. Okay. And it is economic. Okay. But it is past data. However, as a researcher, even this kind of data is useful. Okay. So in my same research work, again, since I've shared about that research work, so in my same research work, I had also used secondary data. Secondary data was in terms of in the introduction section, I wanted to highlight about what is the growth of this chocolate confectionery products. Another research work was about soft drink products. Okay, soft drink products advertisement. So there, from this Euromonitor or like say different such secondary sources, I could justify that yes, these industries are growing. Okay, consumers are purchasing more of these products, and therefore it is important for marketers to understand that which type of advertisement they actually like and they decide their purchase on. ठीक है तो वहाँ पे secondary data for such reports was also utilized. Okay. So overall, if we try to like say understand about this different type of say data available or data collection methods. Okay. So generally we can divide it into say primary and secondary first. Okay. Just a minute, I will change this again. So maybe primary and secondary. So secondary we have already discussed different types. Within primary, it could be either qualitative data or quantitative data. Okay. Within qualitative data, you might have heard about exploratory. Okay. Now exploratory where it could be say we are trying to explore few things. Okay. About which we are not very much aware. As I shared, I was trying to explore the various advertising, and I'm not sure कि इसमें से which advertisement would be really useful for to go ahead for my questionnaire. Okay, so I was exploring that. So इसके लिए I took the interview. Okay, another method for within qualitative data, you might have heard about focus group discussion. Okay, so focus group discussion where we try to understand this from say a group of 8 to 10 people. Okay, and where like say for example some specific research concern is there. Okay, say another example which we were discussing was of work life balance. Okay, say someone wants to understand that within teaching community or within this like uh, say college teaching or maybe higher education teaching community. Okay, uh, they want to understand what is the like say balance work life balance level. Okay, what is their satisfaction level, and to understand this like say this can be done through say questionnaire survey, but just to before they prepare questionnaire they want to understand few specific or important factors. Okay, and उसके लिए they may invite say 8 to 10 different professors or faculty members working at different levels from different colleges, mix of say government colleges like aided and unaided colleges, or maybe say some of the top universities colleges and some of the less known colleges. Okay, so it would be a mix of several such like say people who are not knowing each other. Okay, and then in that discussion forum, it would be a closed room discussion. Okay, it won't be like say open room conference. It would be just a closed room discussion where they would like to understand that say they will raise some different say concerns or like say points. Say for example, first it can start with it like say what kind of or what level of preparation time you require for say before going for a lecture or session. So whether it can be done within the working hours you are at college or you need to spend extra time. ठीक है, तो अगर एक्स्ट्रा टाइम स्पेंड करना पड़ रहा है यानी इट इज अफेक्टिंग योर वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस, यानी फैमिली को टाइम नहीं दे पा रहे हो एंड यू आर फोकसिंग मोर ऑन योर वर्क. ठीक है, दैट कुड बी लाइक से वन पॉइंट ऑफ डिस्कशन. and there, like say, different opinions could come. Someone would say ki yes, it sometimes happens. Someone would say ki no, I ensure that I always prepare within college working hours, and then because this task is quite like say, since I am teaching from say 5 years, 10 years, so this is quite easy now, and I do not require more time to prepare. This is one such topic. Second topic, आपको research work करना पड़ रहा है, so can you do it within those working hours? Okay. Again, someone's mic is on, please mute it.
Yes, sir.
Please. Okay, thank you. Then another way could be say accreditation related work. Okay, and so many different, like say some club or committee related work, some events, cultural events, sport events, and so on. So many things to do. Okay, and there they try to understand or link it with कि अच्छा इसमें से सबसे primary factor of concern क्या है, then secondary क्या है, and then so this, like say, from discussion group, like say it would be it is known as focus group discussion. So from such kind of discussion, the researcher could actually understand कि अच्छा okay, what are the problems or what are the key areas for which we need to be focusing on. Okay, say for example, this could be done by NEP, like say new education policy, while designing the curriculum, or while understanding the faculty members or teachers responsibilities and roles. Okay, so this could be part of such qualitative data. So focus group discussion, depth interviews or personal interviews could be there, observations could be there. Okay, and when it comes to say quantitative data, so within quantitative data, it could be either descriptive or causal. Descriptive is where we just describe. Okay? Describe means, say, for example, if someone is conducting a study for some organized retail outlet, ठीक है, और organized retail outlet में say DMart kind of organized retail store, they want to understand that like say यहाँ पे जो shoppers आते हैं, तो shoppers का preference is for say which type of products. Okay, and there they have mentioned so many different categories. Okay, it is for grocery purchase, is it for say for example food purchase, cloth purchase, footwear purchase. ठीक है, तो वहाँ पे जो भी रिजल्ट आया, तो वहाँ पे से they have just tick on one or two of the product category. Then they have asked next question ki do you like say generally like prefer to visit DMart on weekdays or weekend, तो वहाँ पे they have tick. ठीक है, then next question they have asked, say for example, in general on an average each time you visit DMart, what is your average bill value. Okay, तो अगेन वहां पे उन्होंने कुछ रेंज पे टिक किया. तो ऑल दिस थिंग्स आर, अब इससे जो भी रिजल्ट निकल के आएगा, दिस रिजल्ट्स वुड बी डिस्क्रिप्टिव. ठीक है, कि यस से 85% ऑफ द पीपल वुड लाइक टू विजिट डीमार्ट ऑन वीकेंड. ठीक है, देन मे बी टॉप 2 कैटेगरीज जिसके लिए दे विजिट डीमार्ट is say for example grocery and clothes. Okay, and so on. So this just describes what is going on, but this does not give you some kind of cause and effect relationship. Okay, say for example they are visiting on weekends, but why they visit only on weekends, or why they prefer to visit only on weekends? They have mentioned they would like to purchase like say more of groceries. So why? So that why is missing in descriptive. Okay, so that why, to get the answer of why, we have another type of question, like say research or maybe data collection method, which is part of quantitative, is causal. Causal is cause and effect. Okay, where we try to understand if this behavior is there, why this behavior is there. Now for grocery, again opinion could be कि अच्छा ठीक है, grocery एक ही बार में purchase हो जाता है and demand पे अच्छे deals मिल जाता है, therefore they might be purchasing it. Okay, but this could be our opinion. Okay, and now real thing could be different. Say for example, like say some consumers may say that DMart में लाइक से जो कंपनी के प्रोडक्ट्स मिलते हैं वो कंपनी के लाइक से सम डिफरेंट कंपनी ऑफ लाइक से अपार्ट फ्रॉम नोन कंपनी ब्रिटानिया पार्ले और भी कोई कंपनी है, तो वो कंपनी के प्रोडक्ट एक्चुअली काफी अच्छे रहते हैं एंड दैट प्रोडक्ट इज अदरवाइज नॉट अवेलेबल इन एनी अदर रिटेल स्टोर, and since we are liking it very much, you always come to DMart for purchasing only those brands. So this is something else. ठीक है, जो हम लोग सोच रहे थे उससे कुछ अलग रीजन आ गया. ठीक है, मे बी सम ऑफ देम वुड से कि any which ways we want to purchase grocery and we want to go on say outing, since DMart के बाजू में ही some movie theater is there, so therefore we thought कि grocery purchase तभी करेंगे like say when we are planning also for a movie. ठीक है, so somehow like say it is connected, shopping is connected with movie and so on. Okay, so like this we can identify with this causal cause and effect. Okay, so that data collection of data would be with the purpose of identifying the cause behind it. Okay, so this is about the like say how we can differentiate data and like say different data collection methods. Okay, now we'll come to the core part of say data collection, which is focused on questionnaire design. Okay, so before we discuss this, I would like to hear from like say some of the participants, or maybe they can mention in their chat box that generally how do you approach towards questionnaire designing? आप कैसे questionnaire design करते हो? Like how do you decide on कि this question I will ask? Or there should be 10 questions, 20 questions, 50 questions. How do you decide it? Okay, so based on objectives. Okay, correct. What else? Sometimes based on previous studies. Okay, yes. Consider previous literature. Then based on literature review and topic selection. Okay, from LR. Based on the problems which we recognized. Okay, start with demographic based on hypothesis. Very good, very good. So we are receiving some very good responses. Refer to previous studies. Okay, objectives and hypothesis. Considering variables. Yes, correct. So we have like say Mangesh, Mr. Mangesh have raised his hand. Yes, tell me. Can unmute yourself.
Mangesh sir. Hello, Mangesh sir. Please reply, sir.
Yeah, no problem. I think it might be by mistake. Not a problem. Okay, so we have received some good responses. Okay, fine. So let us explore this area. Okay, how questionnaire design should be considered. Okay, and this would be helpful for both again research scholars and those faculty members who want to write their research papers or in the process of their research work. Okay, so questionnaire, like say just few we'll start with few basic things first and then we'll continue to the advanced things. So set of question designed to generate data necessary to accomplish the objectives. As someone I think there were 3 4 participants who mentioned about this, is to accomplishing the objectives of the research project. Okay, so that is where questionnaire is designed, and it is a formalized set of questions for obtaining information from the respondents. Okay, so we are looking for some specific information based on our research objectives, based on our hypothesis, so that we can prove those hypotheses. Okay, prove means whether like say whether it got accepted or rejected, whatever it is, but we can check it with this questionnaire. Okay, now when to use questionnaire as a data collection method. Okay, so it is not like say always we should not directly jump on using questionnaire. Okay, first is when data is not readily available. Now the data which you are looking for, it is if it is very specific, you have done enough number of, like say, literature review, you have reviewed industry reports, and from where there also you are not getting the data. Okay, then only you should, like say, design your own questionnaire and then come up with the responses and data analysis. Next is when data required is comparatively in large number. Okay, so just imagine this ki we, like say, we have requirement of only 30 responses, 50 responses. Okay, then we can go for qualitative tool, because questionnaire design may, as a part of quantitative also, we will not able to get respondents actual response. Okay, say for example, if as we were discussing about that, like say DMart ka example. Okay, so for example, if we ask some participants about, like say, in questionnaire ki which product category you purchase most from the demand. ठीक है, and then we have given certain options and वहां पे उन्होंने कहाँ पे तो टिक कर लिया. ठीक है, but when, say for example, if we personally ask them this question, so personally when we ask that question, so we can actually observe other things, say कि whether they are taking more time to think or immediately replying. Now immediately reply kar rahe means they are quite confident and they do it on regular basis. They are very much clear about, like say, what they want to purchase from demand. Now those who are taking time, they personally might not be, like say, shopping from demand. Say for example, there might be few shoppers who, like say, visit the demand with their family members. Okay, so for example, imagine a couple. So couple may maybe, say, that wife wants to purchase certain things from demand and husband just accompanying it. Okay, so out of say 15 or 20 products being purchased, hardly two products have been purchased by husband, say for example, or vice versa. It could be, like say, other way also. So वहाँ पे the role of that other person who is not active in, okay, तो उसका role भी questionnaire में हमको दिखेगा नहीं. But when we ask this as a part of personal interview, so there we will get more idea. When we ask about sir, okay, so why, it seems that you are not frequently purchasing from demand. Is it so? Then he will say ki, nahi, I actually visit, but then why you are taking so much time? Just I was a bit curious about it. And then he may reply ki, nahi, actually I do not do much of the shopping. Maybe my wife or my other family members do the shopping. So now this is the insight which we will get only from personal interviews. Okay, but not from the questionnaire. But yes, if your research is such, like say for PhD, which required to collect say 500, 700,000 number of responses. So there we cannot do personal interview, and there, yes, large number of data के लिए will require to take questionnaire as a data collection method. And finally, when data is such which cannot be easily observed, if something which can be easily observed, then observation use karo. Observation method can be utilized. Why to use questionnaire? ठीक है. Say for example, consider again that DMart store. Now DMart store के जो manager है, ठीक है, he himself is conducting some research and he wants to understand कि whenever I change the say products on the shelf, okay, especially on weekend, तो whether it, और वहां पे मैं अगर से समझो टॉप मोस्ट पे येलो कलर का बड़ा सा सेल वाला, लाइक से सेल करके स्टिकर लगाता हूँ, so whether it affects, like say, positively affects consumers or not. Okay, so if, like say, positively means कि whether they do more of purchase or less of purchase. Now इसके लिए उनको questionnaire का जरूरत नहीं है, because he can easily access the observation method. वहाँ पे he has the access of those CCTV cameras. He has easy access of, say for example, some of the eye tracking devices, or maybe वो कुछ नहीं है, so they can easily look for, like say, their like say bill or bill details. See how many consumers have actually purchased products which were surrounding those yellow labels. ठीक है, so something which can be easily observed, then वहाँ पे questionnaire डिजाइन करने का like say to design a questionnaire or using it as a data collection method is not required. Okay. The next part is about question format. Okay. So now within questions, we have two formats: open-ended questions and close-ended questions. Okay. So generally, open-ended questions are part of qualitative kind of research. Okay. Whereas closed-ended questions are maybe part of quantitative kind of research. Okay. So open-ended are more of unstructured questions in which possible answers are not suggested and respondents answer it in their own language, own words. Okay. And generally it is part of, like say, a qualitative data collection. Such questions are more informative but difficult to codify and enter and analyze. Since, like say, for example, if we are using a close-ended question where we have only five options: strongly disagree, disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree. So we can codify them. How many of them? Say, for example, those who have mentioned strongly disagree, unko, like say, we will code it as one, then degree two, sorry, disagree two, neutral three, and so on. But for qualitative, we cannot codify it. Such example could be one question: what factors you take into consider when buying a vehicle? Okay. So for example, consider this is a four-wheeler. Okay. And it is an open-ended question. Now, open-ended question, यहाँ पे पूछने का logic would be that we want to check कि सबसे पहले इनके mind में क्या आ रहा है while purchasing a four-wheeler. ठीक है. So someone would mention, like say, very first point could be that, like say, brand, from which brand I am purchasing. Okay. Someone would say it is about the overall look and feel of the vehicle. Someone would say fuel efficiency. Someone would say safety. Okay. And many times, all these points would be available in their answer, open-ended answer response, but sequence would be different. Someone would place safety at top, then fuel efficiency, then maybe vehicle price, then brand image. Someone would put pricing at the top, okay, then brand image, then maybe fuel efficiency, and then we can say safety, and so on. Okay, so open-ended questions helps us in understanding multiple perspectives. Close-ended में we are closing that loop कि you have only four options, उसमें से आप बताओ. But open-ended में we keep it open. Okay, so therefore it is more of exploratory part, qualitative data. And closed-ended, it is exactly opposite. So yes, we have multiple choice questions, okay, which are fixed alternative questions, and these questions are more structured. Previously, like qualitative, it remains more of unstructured, and generally, these close-ended questions are useful to gather quantitative type of data. Okay, and such questions are less informative but very easy to codify, enter, and analyze for by the data analysis. So here we can say, example could be: do you think price of the product is high? Yes or no? तो यहाँ पे दो ही option है उनके पास. If they think maybe, may not be, so that option is not there. But yes, we can include that. But again, there would be 3, 4, or 5 options. Okay. So where we are again just trying to describe. Open-ended may it can come up with more of, like say, like try to understand the cause behind it. Okay. Next is within close-ended, we have so many different types of questions. So we'll try to understand each of them, and then maybe you can think about which type of close-ended questions would be more suitable to your research domain. Just 1 minute. So first such type of research question, type of question, close-ended question is importance question. Okay. So importance question where respondents are usually asked to rate the importance of particular issue. Okay. And this question can help researchers understanding things that hold more significance or more importance to the respondents, and help in making critical decisions. For example, cost effective services are extremely important, very important, somewhat important, not very important, or not at all important. Okay. So say someone wants to take some services. Okay. Say services could be sticky. We would like to have some repair services. Okay. Sometimes this could be say some services from doctor. Okay. So whether services should be like say cost effective. Okay. So for you, cost is more important or less important. So here, say you can say very important. Someone has clicked. So therefore, it indicates that for that respondent, cost or value for money is more important. Okay. Maybe follow questions could be that quality of the service is like say is, and then we can put two column, and then here it could be again extremely important, very important, and so on. Okay. So there, if like say someone has mentioned about कि yes price or cost effectiveness is very important, शायद quality में वो एक या दो level नीचे टिक कर सकते हैं. Or sometimes we may have some respondents would require high quality at the like say at very low price. Okay. So second question or second type of close-ended questions is Likert. Likert is quite popular, where it tries to, like say here, researcher ascertain how strongly respondents agree to a particular statement. Okay, so how strongly or how weakly they agree. So again, as a part of Likert scale here too, it highlights only 5-point scale. But there are so many multiple scales available within Likert. There are so many variations are there. Say one more is 7-point scale. Okay. So 7-point scale में what they do is in between strongly agree and agree, they may say put a word like say somewhat agree. Okay. And here they would put a word like somewhat disagree. Okay. Additionally, 9-point, 11-point Likert scale are also available. Okay. But most like say most used so far is the 5-point Likert scale. Next type of question is dichotomous question. Now dichotomous is, as the name suggests, like say di is two sides. Okay, where we can see these are simple questions that ask respondents to answer in either yes or no. However, one major drawback is that it cannot analyze the answers between yes and no. Okay, and there is no scope for a middle perspective. This is very like say problematic, right? Say for example, do you like the products of ABC Corporation? Yes or no? Now, many times it could be difficult to answer such question. Why? Because here yes means 100%, no means 0%. Okay, we have only two alternatives, but most of the times our mind would be somewhere in between. Okay, it won't be completely zero, it won't be completely 100. Okay, so therefore for such kind of situation, like say as here the question reads, do you like the products? Okay, so likability is like say we should not be asking them yes and no. Okay, however, where we can use this dichotomous question, say for example, if some company is doing some research about the safety parameters of a car, okay, by from car owners. So while serving, the first question is, do you own a car? Yes or no? So for such questions, it actually will be either yes or no. वहां पे in between हो ही नहीं सकता है. If we ask, do you own a car? So it would be either yes or no. It cannot be maybe. ठीक है? So for such questions, yes, no could be effective. So similarly, we can ask some other close-ended questions, okay, or maybe questions which we can say used to filter out the data. जैसे कि someone is trying to study the like say OTT viewing behavior, OTT platforms का viewing behavior, and then वहां पे सबसे first question should be like we can say this would be a screener question where do you own subscription of any OTT platform? First thing, yes or no. और again it could be yes or no. वहां पे कोई in between perspective नहीं हो सकता है. ठीक है, चलो फाइन. इफ यू आर ओनिंग सब्सक्रिप्शन, ठीक है, तो वहां पे डू यू वॉच लाइक से कंटेंट्स ऑन दिस ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स एटलीस्ट वंस इन फोर्टनाइट, लाइक से वंस इन 15 days तो देखते हो क्या? तो अगेन यहाँ पे यस और नो. ठीक है, सो दिस गिव्स अस some clarity. Okay, कि अच्छा, okay, this is how the behavior is, and accordingly we can take decision or we can design further questions. Okay, next is frequency determination question. So frequency determination questions are where question which ask for how often some occurrence generally happens. And such type of question are also useful to analyze respondents' frequency for specific behavior. Say, for example, how frequently do you buy chocolates? So, is it very often, occasionally, rarely, never? Okay. So, again, multiple options are important. But this can only be used where frequency is, you want to test about the frequency. As we were discussing about OTT platforms, so how frequently you watch either a movie or a web series on, like say, on any of the this OTT platforms. Okay, so very often, occasionally, rarely, never. Okay. Next type of close-ended question is bipolar. So bipolar again, bi means two, polar, like say two poles at the extreme ends. So here the question, like say, this bipolar questions are having two extreme answers written at the opposite, but respondents are asked to mark their response between these two, as here you can see. Okay, so like dichotomous, यहाँ पे भी दो ही option है, like yes or no, 0 100. But what good part about this bipolar is in between they have some spaces. जैसे कि here you can see the question, how would you describe the service of XYZ corporation? Okay, and within that they have given these three options: efficient versus inefficient, okay, fast versus slow, reliable versus unreliable. And for each of this scale, like say for efficiency or speed or reliability, they have used 6 in between options. Okay, so 6 रखने का भी एक logic is whether it is going towards left side or right side. If you keep like say 7 options here, then many times it could happen that it would be like say many respondents would take on neutral aspect. But we want to understand either it is positive, like say going towards efficient in the first option or inefficient. Okay. Okay, so before we go to this next part, criteria for good questionnaire, I would just like to confirm whether, like say, this close types of close-ended questions are clear to all. Any doubts or any queries so far?
Sir, how can we decide कि हमें like yes no is easy to understand, but when there is about 3 or 7 or 5, then for what we can go, वो हम कैसे decide करेंगे?
Okay, very good question. So for like say 3, whether to go ahead with 3, 5 or 7 options, especially for Likert scale kind of options, I would suggest like say if you are planning to collect more number of data, say 500 plus kind of data, okay, and you have like say at least say 10 plus different variables or 8 to 10 variables to study. Okay, so वहां पे for better analysis, number of those like say options should be more. ठीक है, तो Likert scale में so far now like say the recent trend is 7. ठीक है, all the journals or reviewers are expecting that you should use at least 7-point scale so that you can come up with good numbers. Now, why they are saying this, that this good number? Because अभी 7-point scale में आपने data collect कर लिया है. So 7 point में you will be getting responses from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, since you have like say a wide array of options, it works well with the statistical tools such as, say, for example, SPSS, MOS, R. Okay, and they can give more accurate data analysis because of more accurate responses. Okay, some of the studies also use 9, but 9 ke beyond jana again they are not suggesting, because then again customers, like say not customers, I would say respondents. So respondents may not find it very, like say like easy, or maybe there might be some biasness, okay, after some period of, or after attempting some specific number of questions. Okay, basically generally 7 is a good sweet spot, we can say. Previously it was 5 being used, but now most of the journals or reviewers, they mention that please use a 7-point scale, okay, for better analysis. Okay, any other question, any
Yes,
queries?
sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir,
Okay, yes.
while framing questionnaires,
Hmm.
can we use these multiple type of questions in one frame?
uh, if it connects with your objectives, yes. Otherwise, I would suggest, what I do is I try to follow one type of question, or I divide them in section. Say for example, when it comes to some screener question जहाँ पे हमको समझना है कि whether they are using it or not. Say a few things which I generally check. First is whether say they consume that product or service, yes or no. ठीक है. Then I also check कि कितना frequently they use करते हैं, कितना recently use किया है उन्होंने. Recently means, say for example, one of the studies we were doing on online grocery. ठीक है. So online grocery like Big Basket, Grofers, and such kind of brands. So there, like say we had screener questions in terms of apart from that those demographics, we had some research it's a screener questions which included, one is frequency, one is recency, and one is the like say order value. Okay, so many times they mention that yes, we shop through Big Basket. How frequently we shop on weekly basis. ठीक है, सबसे लास्ट कभी परचेस किया था, एंड दे वुड से कि अच्छा आज 28 फरवरी है ना, लास्ट टाइम हम लोगों ने 31 जनवरी को किया था, देन हाउ इट इज वीकली. करेक्ट. So asking such kind of questions will give us idea ki whether respondents are actually reading the questionnaire, or they are just like say ticking wherever they feel it to be. Okay, so this is like say first about screener questions, and then I go to like say that main questions statements. So there I generally use standard scale. Standard scale means if I'm using 7 point, I will use 7 point throughout. उसके पीछे का भी लॉजिक है मैम. लॉजिक इज दैट व्हाइल परफॉर्मिंग डेटा एनालिसिस के सॉफ्टवेयर को सिर्फ नंबर ही समझता है. ठीक है, लेटर से वेदर इट इज एक्सेल, वेदर इट इज एसपीएसएस, एमओस, आर, फॉर देम इट इज लाइक से 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 आर नंबर्स. नाउ जस्ट इमेजिन अ सिनेरियो वेयर वेरिएबल ए के लिए आपने 7 point स्केल यूज किया और एक टाइप का क्वेश्चन यूज किया. Variable B के लिए you have used some other type of questions where 6 variables are there, and now you are trying to understand effect of variable A on variable B. सॉफ्टवेयर को ये पता ही नहीं है कि 6 और 7 में डिफरेंस है. दे वुड ओनली कंसिडर कि ऑप्शन बी, ऑल्टरनेटिव बी, जो सॉरी वेरिएबल बी था, उसमें किसी ने 7 को टिक ही नहीं किया. okay, so there if you try to calculate importance of 1 out of 6, okay, so say 1 divided by 6, there would be some numbers. Okay, and if you divide, let's say 1 divided by 7 or maybe 100 divided by 7, there would be some different number. So when someone takes 1 in 7-point scale, तो उसका number अलग हो जाता है. When someone takes 1 on 6-point scale, उसका number completely अलग हो जाता है. Yes and no में it is 50. ठीक है. 5-point scale में it is 20. And 7-point scale में it would be around say 14 or so. Therefore, it is always advisable कि आप जो भी SPSS में या सॉफ्टवेयर में काम करने वाले हो, उसके लिए फॉर डेटा यू कंसिडर ओनली स्टैंडर्ड स्केल थ्रू आउट. ओके.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Okay, then I think few questions on chatbot is also there. There's one participant Akarshan R. Sir, is it advisable to use an adopted question in our study? ठीक है, I'll come to that. It is part of our upcoming slides. Adopted. Okay. Then Aradhna Singh, the question already I have answered. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Then we have Ram Pratap Singh Raghav. So which types of tool for data collection should be used by us? Some researchers suggest that ready-made is good, and some suggest that self-made. Yeah, that is what I like say asked you about that. Like say one is difference between primary and secondary, and when it comes to data collection tools, so there we can use like say already established scales which are pre-existing, or we can come up with our own scale development thing. So that would be part of our further discussion, further slides. Okay. So chalo, we'll continue further. Okay. Next. Just a minute. So few criteria for a good questionnaire. First, like say when you design a questionnaire, please ask this question to yourself. Does it provide necessary decision-making information? So like say if questionnaire fails to provide such insights, then discard or revise the question. Okay. So necessary decision-making information means, say for example, your objective is to understand whether, like say, to explore which factors affect the decision making of, say, an employee while selecting or changing the job. Okay. So at that time, we should always check in each and every question, we should check that whether all the questions are contributing to this specific thing or not. If it is not, like say, contributing to this, then we should be revising that question. Okay. Next, does it consider the respondent? This is very important. So generally what happens is we are too much, like say, involved in our research work, and our, like say, we are too much, like say, care about our research objectives, that while designing the questionnaire, we do not think about the respondents. Okay. जैसे कि first thing is relevance of the topic to the respondent. Okay. So if, like say for example, I'm quite aware that समझो I'm doing some research, and this research का I would be collecting data from say student community. ठीक है, क्योंकि काफी easily accessible है, and maybe some of the faculties would be teaching in say multiple divisions, and they would say yes, I will ask my students and they will fill up the questionnaire. Okay? And students भर के भी देंगे, but relevance of the topic is there or not. ठीक है. Say for example, you are considering like say vehicle purchasing behavior, and you are asking this to undergraduate students. So not sure that how many students would actually be involved in vehicle buying. Okay, like say four-wheeler. So there I think this decision making is done by maybe that by their elder brothers and sisters, or maybe by their parents, or maybe other family members. So if you ask them such, like say, questions on this type of topic, then they might not be the right audience. Similarly, say we were discussing about online grocery. Okay. So for that online grocery research work, we had, like say, specific screener questions. Okay, because like say again, we had ensured कि हम लोग सिर्फ उन्हीं को data भेजे, like say those who are either, like say, working women, okay, and takes care of family, or maybe a few housewives also, okay, or maybe those like say male members in the family, okay. So now again, for online grocery purchase behavior, if we ask question to student community, so again it won't be relevant. But since like say we as a faculty have asked them कि ये नहीं आपको भर के लाना है, आप भर के दो भी, so they will respond, but it won't have any like say point, or maybe it won't be useful research. Okay, therefore yes, relevance to respondent must be checked. Type of respondent, okay. So what type of respondent it is? Like say for example, if you are asking some like say you're giving some online link of questionnaire to some elderly person, ठीक है, और उनको बोलते हो कि हाँ ठीक है, एक काम करो, आप मुझे ऑनलाइन क्वेश्चनर का सबमिट करके दो. Someone who is, like say, some senior citizen who is not very much familiar with the mobile technologies. So that is not the type of respondent you are looking for. Okay, someone, say वहाँ पे screener question should be there, that yes, do you purchase online grocery? Okay, next could be maybe like say whether, say, what is your value size, or maybe whether you yourself purchase it, or maybe some of your family members purchase it on your behalf, just to clarify further. Okay, so then we can understand the type of respondent. And then finally, it is also very much important to understand interviewing environment. Okay, so this happened with like say some sales company, okay, where can say this was related to one water purifier. I want to name the company. Okay, and this water purifier had like say given this research task, outsourced this research task to the third party. Okay, and this third party, where like say for them it was their 9 to 5 job, so they were calling this housewives, like say during entire day, and maybe they were also calling them during the afternoon time, say for example during say from 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 p.m, where generally the trend, or maybe they think they could, like they could realize later, is this 1 to 3 time, especially for many housewives, not all the housewives, but many housewives would like to take some rest. Okay, and just imagine the scenario, if someone is taking rest after, like say, a busy day in between, and you are calling them and asking about water purifier service, so their response would be negative. Okay, that you are, like say, disturbing their sleep or disturbing their rest, and in between you are asking your question. Okay, so therefore interviewing environment is important. Say for example, similarly, say you are rushing on in, say for example, nearby some station to catch a train, and in between, like say, you are waiting for train, and train is coming in say 30 seconds, and someone would come to you that, sir, we require your response on this feedback form. So obviously you won't be giving response, or feel maybe if they say, sir, please sir, एक मिनट बाकी, तो can you please respond? And then you can understand कि response वो क्या देंगे, कि they will quickly, they want to just complete that task, because they want to catch that train. So they might be randomly taking some points, okay, and then they will give you, हाँ ये लो लो, ये मेरा response है, ठीक है. So therefore we should also consider the interviewing environment here. Okay, next is, does it meet the editing, coding and data processing requirements also? ठीक है. So देखो, ultimate aim, objective is कि हम लोग को हम लोग सिर्फ डेटा कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं रिसर्च क्वेश्चन से, लाइक से some of the researchers also, like say I've seen, they are so much closely associated with that questionnaire that, like say, they like they spend, like they should spend enough amount of time on questionnaire and wordings, yes, but then they forget about कि इसका ultimate aim क्या है. We need to consider that ये questionnaire का जो भी response आएगा, we need to consider that as a data, so it should meet the editing, coding and data processing requirements. ठीक है. Now, just to make it more, like say, look like a different kind of questionnaire, someone while like say uh, submitting the response should praise us, appreciate us कि wow क्या questionnaire बना है. तो वो appreciation का जरूरत actually नहीं है. We are actually looking for the data, and just for the sake of that appreciation, if you are using some jargons or some fancy words, or maybe each of the question have some different kind of alternatives and options, then it may get some appreciation from the respondents, but unfortunately, it won't be useful for coding and data processing. So as I was just mentioning to one of the participant, coding means, so यहाँ पे we require standard coding. So if it is 1 to 5, then throughout 1 to 5. If it is 1 to 7, then throughout 1 to 7. Just to, like say, add some feel good factor to respondent, we are adding in between 4-point scale, 6-point scale, then that will not meet your coding requirement. Okay, so therefore, yes, please ask this question also, does it meet editing, coding and data processing requirements? Okay, so decision on questionnaire design should, like say, again, these are some 5 questions which you should be asking. What should be asked? Okay, then how should question be phrased? Uska, like say, we need to keep it as simple or as easy as possible, so that हम लोग का ultimate objective should be कि respondent को question पढ़ के समझ जाए कि actually क्या पूछ रहे हैं. It should not be like say too long, और वहां पे अगर आप घुमा फिरा के if you are asking long question, then they might not understand like say at all, and then they may come up with response which is not actual their actual response to the question. Okay, then in what sequence should the question be arranged? Okay, that whether, like say, first question should be this, then in between some question, then in between some question, and last में कुछ questions. Okay, next is what questionnaire layout will be serve the research objectives. ठीक है, will best serve the research objectives. So layout के ऊपर decision making करना होता है. How should the questionnaire be pre-tested? Does the questionnaire need to be revised? Okay, so yes, again we need to consider this कि questionnaire directly 500 respondent को भेज दे, और first we can send it to 50 से data collect करते हैं. Data collect करने के बाद we'll take them feedback, and then we go for, like say, some modifications, some changes, updation, and then go for questionnaire, like say revising the questionnaire. Okay, to understand all this, we have, like say, a detailed questionnaire designing process, step by step process. Okay, so again, like say, since I believe that this research is quite systematic work, so therefore, for most of the things, I prefer to have a step by step approach. कि चलो first ये करना है, second ये करना है. So it makes it very clear. Okay, so here it is, like say, first step is determine the survey objective, resources and constraints. ठीक है, चलो objectives क्या है, research के objectives we are clear, we have say 2 or 3 objectives. ठीक है, so what kind of resources do we have? So do we have any resources? Do we have any research associate or assistant with us? Maybe yes, maybe no. Okay. Do we have any research scholars working under us? Maybe yes, maybe no. Okay. And what are the constraints? Constraints could be, like say, does our university or maybe our college or institute provide us with the, say, some kind of research help or research funds to conduct such research studies, so that we can hire some field executive or data collection executive. Some of the universities may have it, but उसके खुद के constraints हो सकते हैं, or maybe like say some of them are not providing at all. So like say research questionnaire भी आप ही को बनाना है, data collection भी आप ही को करना है, data analysis भी आप ही को करना है. ठीक है, So there could be such constraint also. Okay. So first step is we should be very clear first कि चलो objectives क्या है, what are the resources available and what kind of constraints are there. ठीक है. And to be very specific, हम लोग को एक खुद को ही पूछना चाहिए कि exactly what data are needed. ठीक है. Then second step में we can go with determine the data collection method. चलो what type of data is required. तो अभी डेटा कलेक्शन मेथड हम लोग सिलेक्ट कर लेते कि कैन वी प्रिपेयर अ गूगल फॉर्म और मे बी सम सर्वे मंकी फॉर्म और मे बी सम अनदर फॉर्म. ठीक है. और like say if our data requirement is, say for example, comparatively less, we are looking for some kind of personal interviews, okay, where we have questions, fixed questions, but maybe telephone के through काम हो सकता है क्या. ठीक है. So we'll do so. Or maybe through mail. Mail means not email here, but like say previously there used to be some like say it is kind of a post service. We used to send it to some different like say addresses and then वहां से कुछ response आ जाए तो. And finally it could be self administration. Self administration is just like say take a printout of those questionnaires, okay, and then you give it to the related respondents, ask them for their response. Okay. So these are like say this is the second step, which is about determining data collection method. So first क्या data चाहिए, data collection method कौन सा होगा. Third step is determine the question response format. Means whether we would be going ahead with only open ended, only close ended, or mix of open ended and close ended. Okay. So this can be done. Initially, we are going for exploratory study, therefore asking open-ended questions, and then we are going for second part of questionnaire includes close-ended question. वहाँ पे we are asking some specific set of questions. Okay, so sometimes it could be mixed, sometimes it could be any one of them. Step 4: decide the question wordings. Okay, so wordings must be clear and simple. Okay. Do not ever use jargons, fancy words, short words. Okay. So nowadays, like there is a trend of using short words, and since we are aware about those short terms, words, so we perceive that all of them or all the members are aware about this. जैसे कि there are so many such things. जैसे कि someone would say SEM. So those who are from marketing can say it is search engine marketing. Those who are from pure research work is that they would say structural equation modeling. Okay. So same short form is perceived differently by different persons. Okay. So therefore wording must be clear. Very simple use of word. Okay. Next, select words as to avoid the biasing respondent. Okay. Now words should not be such that जहाँ पे respondents को हम लोग bias करें. Say for example, I could consider this example where, say, in one of the restaurants I visited, where they had this feedback form. Okay, and feedback form में generally they ask for the review कि आपको हमारा food कैसा लगा. ठीक है. And interestingly, question was how good your experience was at our restaurant. I repeat the question: how good your experience was at our restaurant. Okay, and then they had ratings. Okay, it was like say 1 to 5, 1 to 5, 5 being highest. But if you have observed question, he start कैसे हो रहा, how good your experience was. So they are biasing us कि experience तो आपका अच्छा था ही, लेकिन कितना अच्छा था बताओ. So this is bias. Okay. Now actual question, neutral question should be how was your experience at our restaurant. गुड बोल के आप ऑलरेडी बायस कर रहे हो उनको. ठीक है. सो वी शुड बी अवॉइडिंग एनी सच बायसनेस इन आवर क्वेश्चन. ठीक है. That like say if you say for example you are talking about Q commerce, quick commerce, ठीक है, और मे बी ई कॉमर्स, तो वहां पे अगर आप बोलते हो कि what is like say how fast was the delivery of the e-commerce company, तो आप पहले से ही बोल रहे हो कि वो तो फास्ट डिलीवरी करता है. ठीक है, तो वहां पे लाइक से हाउ फास्ट वर्ड डाल के यू आर बायसिंग, so it should be neutral, ठीक है, कि what was the delivery time, ठीक, or are you satisfied with the delivery time. So therefore we should be avoiding biasing the respondent, ठीक है. Otherwise देखो questionnaire का purpose is to collect the real data, ठीक है, data from real respondents. If we are not able to collect that real data or reality, market reality, then research results won't be useful, okay, or it won't be effective, okay. So this is our, like say, responsibility also. Next is consider the ability of the respondent to answer the question. This is very important. There was one PhD scholar, like say, who was, like say, I was providing consultancy to him. तो उनका एक रिसर्च था, इट वाज टू अंडरस्टैंड द फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी लेवल ऑफ ऑटो रिक्शा ड्राइवर्स, okay. So now, like say, they have followed all the process, question nikala, scale nikala, everything, and questionnaire was finalized. But now how to ask, अभी रिक्शा वाले को, like say, there is some framework जिससे we can check their financial literacy. ऑटो रिक्शा वाला इन मुंबई, वहां पे हम लोग को फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी अगर चेक करना है तो वी कैन नॉट आस्क सच क्वेश्चंस लाइक इंग्लिश में. सो देन इट वाज रिक्वायर्ड टू फर्स्ट सिंप्लीफाई टू देयर लेवल, लाइक वहां पे कुछ सम न्यूमेरिकल्स काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस वर आल्सो देयर, जस्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड कि वो कितने फाइनेंशियली लिटरेट है, डू दे अंडरस्टैंड इंटरेस्ट रेट, कैन दे कैलकुलेट इंटरेस्ट रेट एंड सो ऑन. So first thing we need to translate that entire questionnaire to the local language. So दो हिंदी और मराठी दो में हम लोग को ट्रांसलेट करना था, ठीक है. And second thing was wherever numericals were there, we need to simplify that numerical to the levels of that auto rickshaw drivers, okay. And so that we can actually understand कि भाई कौन से लेवल पे इनका फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी है, ठीक है. So that is the next part. And fourth part, consider willingness of the respondent also. I think someone's mic is on. If you can please mute. Okay, thank you. So consider the willingness. Now, as I mentioned you about that example, afternoon time pay, if you are taking feedback or like say service call from housewives, so it is not, they are not doing from their willingness, or maybe someone is like say rushing to catch the train or bus or rushing to the office, or आप बोलते हैं एक form भर के जाओ. So actually they are not willing to respond. Similarly, when some faculty members may ask their students कि नहीं ये भर के ही जाओ, before you go out of the class, if so form submit करो and then you can exit. So वहाँ पे they are not doing it willingly, right? तो अगर willingness नहीं है तो आपको जो response भी like say you are trying to like say collect real responses, okay, not the fake responses. तो real responses आपको नहीं मिल पाएंगे, इसके लिए consider willingness of respondent to answer the question as well, okay. Fifth step is about layout, questionnaire flow and layout, okay. तो questionnaire flow कैसा रहना चाहिए? First, we can use the screener questions to identify the qualified respondents. As I was saying, like say for example, some cosmetic product is there. So cosmetic product may we can always check first is male, female. Like say if it is female product, okay, then we can always check about the age group. Okay, can check about that frequency, recency, order value. Okay, so these are screener question. उससे हम लोग को समझ जाएगा कि say for example if they mention कि नहीं आई यूज रेयरली, तो उनके रिस्पॉन्स को हम लोग को शायद कंसीडर करने का जरूरत ही नहीं है, बिकॉज दिस इज डे टू डे कॉस्मेटिक प्रोडक्ट और वो कभी तो साल में 2 बार यूज करते हैं, तो उनका रिस्पॉन्स से आपके क्वेश्चन और आपके रिसर्च में कोई हेल्प नहीं होने वाला है. सो वी कैन स्क्रीन देम मींस उनको लाइक से एचआर के प्रोसेस में होता है ना स्क्रीनिंग, तो स्क्रीनिंग करके वी कैन रिमूव दोस रिस्पॉन्सेस, ओके. देयरफॉर स्क्रीनर क्वेश्चंस. Second is after obtaining qualified respondent, begin with the question that obtains respondents' interest first. So try to come up with such questions, यानी ऐसे factors or variables consider करो which are quite interesting. Like out of all the variables you have considered, say आपने 7 या 8 अलग-अलग variables consider किए, जैसे कि for my research study, very first variable which I put in my research question was like after showing that advertisement, it was likability of advertisement. Likability यानी आपको कितना पसंद आया, ठीक है? तो generally after viewing such videos, ठीक है, some funny videos, they like say this would interest them. कि अच्छा, did you actually like this ad? Okay, and say 4 or 5 statements were there. So first thing, something which interests them. ठीक है? If I directly ask them about what is your attitude towards such brands, then they would like, अरे बाबा ये तो क्या ही पूछ रहा है. तो इसके लिए first start with some question. It is like say something which interests them. Okay, some general questions first. Then ask questions that require work in the middle of the question. ठीक है, some work means some thinking work is required. और जैसे कि financial literacy में I like say I informed you that some questions are there जहाँ पे number का calculation लगता है, ठीक है. So some kind of mental effort is required. जैसे कि if I ask them कि what is your attitude towards such kind of exaggerated advertisement, ठीक है, जहाँ पे मैसेज को सिर्फ exaggerate किया जाता है, रियलिटी में तो ऐसा होता नहीं है, ठीक है, रियलिटी में 5 स्टार खा के नहीं खो जाते हैं. So do you think this is ethical, or maybe do you think this is useful or misleading? So this is something where they require to think about it. Okay. Then insert prompters or strategic points in between if required. ठीक है. तो कहाँ पे भी अगर आपको this is specially for open end question I would say कि जहाँ पे you are asking for some questions जैसे कि while purchasing a 4 wheeler you generally look for which kind of factors, and maybe bracket me you can say for example like say look of the car, brand image of the car, fuel efficiency of the car, etc. ठीक है, ऐसा 3-4 डाल के you have just prompted them. ठीक है, so prompters or strategic points just to give them some direction. Okay. Next is position sensitive, threatening, or demographic question at the end. Okay. So generally, this demographic questions you should be putting at the end because again, there, like say here, again, there are some different, like say, views or perspectives about putting demographic questions. Some of the researchers believe that आप initially डाल दो beginning में, that like say they would fill it up and in the beginning while getting the response आपको समझ जाएगा कितने लोग कौन से demographic background से. Some researchers also have started using like this is also quite effective that in between एक factor के 5 statement खत्म हो गए before they move to second factor in between उनको एक question पूछ लेंगे कि whether you are a male or a female. ठीक है, फिर 5-6 questions हो गए नॉर्मल और उसके बाद वापस पूछेंगे you belong to which age group. ठीक है, and 4-5 options. ठीक है, another like say different questions would be there, and then again maybe your education level, your income level, whatever it is. So in between भी demographic पूछ सकते हैं और maybe it can be asked at the end. Okay. And next is allow plenty of space for open-ended response. अगर open-ended question है तो like say जैसे ऑनलाइन क्वेश्चन में तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है बिकॉज गूगल प्रोवाइड्स like say almost unlimited space. But in case if it is print version, then like say they should not feel कि अरे मुझे तो बहुत कुछ लिखना था और इसमें 3 ही लाइन दिया हुआ है. ठीक है, and put instruction in capital letters towards the beginning of the questionnaire. ठीक है, कि yes this is like purpose of this question is this and this will hardly take 7 to 8 minutes. Or you can consider जैसे कि for online grocery purchase like say this research what we did we were getting like say so many queries कि अच्छा मैं तो 3-4 अलग-अलग ऐप से परचेस करता हूँ या परचेस करती हूँ तो मैं क्या सोच के डालूं. So then we put some instructions in bold. Okay, consider either consider those grocery online grocery store जहां से आप ने like say most recently purchase किया हो, or maybe those जहां से आप maximum type you prefer that app. ठीक है, and then accordingly answer the question. ठीक है, so that is about the instructions. Then step 6 is evaluate the questionnaire layout. Okay, once you have designed the layout and then वहां पे proof read कर लो पूरा. ठीक है, proof read means say whether each like say for each and every question consider that is this question necessary, is any question is too long, okay, then वहां पे उसको उसका wording change करो. Will the question provide desired information to accomplish the research objective? So this is about evaluate that from the perspective of respondent. Okay. Seventh step is obtain approval from relevant parties. Say, for example, it could be like say, especially for PhD scholars, I've included this step that you might require to get it approved from your guide or maybe co-guide or maybe any other like say authorities you need to submit it. Okay. Then after consider taking the approval also, do not directly jump to the data collection, full-fledged data collection. First pre-test and revise. Okay. So here, like say this is known as pilot study. So pehle, like say instead of collecting those 800,000 data, first collect 50 to 100. I would suggest 100 ka data ek collect karo. Okay. And after collecting data of 100, also request respondents ki just try to be like say casual with them कि कैसा लगा आपको questionnaire, like say while filling up the questionnaire, did you find anything difficult कि कोई question आपको लग रहा था कि अरे क्या in between ये question क्यों पूछ रहा है, or it is difficult to answer, और या फिर आपको लग रहा था कि some questions were repetitive, ठीक है, or the question was too long to fill up the submit the response. So try to take feedback from this pilot study respondents. Accordingly, you can revise. Okay. Sometimes you might consider that ये तो normal wordings है, normal language है, but respondents से response आता है कि boss ये language समझ नहीं रहा है. Exactly आप क्या पूछना चाहते हो? I'm not sure. I'm not clear. So this kind of things, it is better that it comes in pilot study and you revise the question. ठीक है. Finally, ninth step is prepare the final questionnaire copy based on the response. यानी आप revise कर सकते हो, update कर सकते हो with precise typing, instructions, spacing, numbering, pre-coding, everything. ठीक है. And proofread it. ठीक है. Proofread करने के बाद finally go for the main step. Okay. So this is the final step. So I hope the this like say questionnaire design process. So it is a 10-step detailed process. I hope it is clear to all. Any queries?
Any question participations?
Okay, there are few questions on the chat box, but I think I will handle it after I complete this session. So I will try to complete the remaining contents first. Okay,
Yes,
since
sir.
it is already 5:58. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So important points to be considered while designing the questionnaire. Okay, so this is where this question of scales come. So search for existing scales for the shortlisted constructs. Okay. So generally scales could be, okay, either you adopt the scale or you adapt the scale. Okay. In many research papers, you might have read about adopted. We have adopted this scale or we have adapted. So what is the difference between these two? When you adopt, ADOPT, where you are exactly using, like say, using exactly same statements which was being used by that researcher previously. Okay, so you have as it is adopting it. Adapting means you are modifying the statement to match the context. Okay, to match your context. So I would like to give you like say example of how you can do it. Okay, so just a minute, I would share the another document. Okay, one Word document I would like to share. Okay, so how to go ahead about designing a questionnaire? Okay, so this is what I actually did for my thesis. Okay, and also like say out after like say out of thesis I could publish I think two papers, two empirical papers. Okay, so this was so useful. So first what I did was I tried like say from the literature review, whatever relevant research papers were there, So I could just check from that research papers, how many research papers had actually mentioned these scales they have used. There are several research papers who mention this, but there are some other research papers who would not mention it. They might just mention like say they have used the scale of say some authors. Say, for example, this research paper might have only mentioned this Tanse et al. 1992, but they have not mentioned the statements. Then you need to visit this Tanse et al. 1992 का original paper. Try to check what kind of statements they have used. ठीक है? और वो statement को आप consider कर सकते हो. So what I did, like say, I just simply tried to read the research papers. This was the research paper, okay, and then I divided this into three columns: construct, items, and adapted from. So this was the first construct, say ethicality of advertisement, and it was 6-point scale by some researcher. Then, as I was mentioning about likability of advertisement, another we can say 4-item scale I could find from, and I was also mentioning from where, like say, which researcher have used it. Okay. And similarly, like say, attitude towards advertiser, attitude towards advertising, and you can see the kind of work I had done just to collect this kind of data of, can see, just like say, I think I had referred almost 15 to 20 different such papers which had these scales. Okay, I'm just scrolling down because all those constructs might not be useful to you. I've also considered, say, for example, some Facebook advertisement related construct was there. So I also studied that. Also mentioned there कि अच्छा वहाँ पे उन्होंने क्या लिखा है? Say entertainment was one such scale. So they had few different statements. Okay. So overall, you could see this was overall around this document is of around 16 pages. Okay. So once I could get say out of overall, I had done literature review of around 120 or 130 research papers. उसमें से I could found this many research papers had some relevant scales or questions were available. Okay. So I just noted down those questions in one specific document. And then after like say by identifying the gap जो gap yani there was some gap in the literature review, then I designed like say this acted as a base foundation, okay, or it is like say for example like encyclopedia for my field of research, ठीक है, जहाँ पे मैंने जितना भी possible हो सकता है सभी question statements निकाल दिए, okay, and then based on that Abhi, in that, like say in this document, there were several, we can say, constructs which were available multiple times. Say, for example, intention. Okay, I'll just search about this intention. Okay, so you can see intention is available here as a purchase intention. Okay, you can see, यहाँ पे purchase intention, they have 4 statements. Then we have like say intention as a behavior intention. You can see here purchase intent, it is mentioned. It is also same. Another scale of purchase intention, another scale of behavior intention, and so on. So while designing the final questionnaire, okay, so actually I was like using or considering all those multiple statements, and then this was my final questionnaire, okay, which I actually utilized for my several research studies. Okay. So this is how I could come up with likability of advertisement and then 4 statements, perceived exaggeration and 3 statements, and so on. Okay. So for each of them, we had multiple scales. So multiple scale में we could check कि अच्छा इसमें से 2 sentence ले सकते हैं, इसमें से 2 sentence ले सकते हैं. Say for example, purchase intent. So for purchase intent, we adapted scale from 2 different researchers, okay, to suit the context, and therefore it was adapted, not adopted. Okay. So we'll go back to our PPT notes. Okay. So this is how we can go ahead about, like say, identifying relevant scales and constructs, and then prepare our own set of questions. Okay. Then think from respondent's perspective always. Okay. So we skip it relevant and concise as we have already discussed. Use very clear and simple wordings and avoid jargons. Logical sequence, as we already discussed, some qualifying questions, screener questions in the beginning. Then say, for example, if it is like say there may be some independent variables, some mediating variables, some dependent variables. So logical sequence could be like say it is not compulsory, but it could be that initially you ask questions about say independent variables, or maybe you can out of all the variables you can identify the most interesting variable कौन सा रहेगा if you consider your respondents, तो उनको पहले डालो, ठीक है, and then other variables. And finally, one last part I want to discuss is importance of negative worded statements. Okay, so some important points to be considered. So do include negative worded statements, as some respondents, or maybe we as a respondent also, you must have experienced this. After reading few initial questions, we generally go on autopilot mode and agree to almost all the question remaining statements. समझो एक समझो 40, 45 or 50 questions का question is there. So after reading initial 10 questions, it and say out of those 10 questions, mostly we have ticked either strongly agree or agree. So बाकी के statements पे we will be just wording, reading some one or two words and just blindly marking agree, agree, disagree, agree, whatever it is. ठीक है? So it would be in a 5-point scale, all fours and fives. Okay. But negative worded statement in between, say out of 4 statements, if one is negative worded, it will help reducing such respondent bias. Okay. We can actually identify such kind of autopilot mode respondents and we can remove them. Say for example, if like say one statement is store layout was customer friendly, and uska response could be 7-point Likert scale, strongly disagree to strongly agree. Okay. Now इसी को negative worded करना है, तो it was difficult to find what I needed in the store. ठीक है. So if for example, if response for this store layout was customer friendly, if it is 4 means agree. Okay. And if here it was difficult to find what I needed, तो इसका आंसर रहना चाहिए 1 or 2, like disagree. Correct? So if both of them are 4, then we can understand that this respondent was autopilot mode. ठीक है? And उसने कोई questions read नहीं किया है, and yes, he or she has just blindly posted some responses. Okay. And this will really help you. Let me tell you that many times you might feel that your data is not giving you the results analysis and your hypothesis is not working. Try this technique. Okay. And remove all such participants or maybe all such respondents who might have not read the question and just blindly responded. Okay. So वहां पे your data का quality would improve. Okay. And it will give you the meaningful results. Okay. And while doing the data analysis, the statements are required to be reverse coded. Reverse coded का meaning क्या होता है? जैसे कि now since we have for our like say convenience, हम लोग ने एक negative worded statement डाला, वहां पे response आ गया 1, ठीक है? But actually while putting it to software, वो negative worded को वापस से हम लोग को positive worded ही डालना है. Because software would not understand कि in between there is one negative question or negative question में 1 means 4 or 1 means 5. ठीक है. So we need to reverse code it. Reverse code it means जहाँ पे 2 है उसको वापस 4 करना पड़ेगा in 5-point scale, और जहाँ पे it is 7-point scale we need to do it 6. ठीक है. So this needs to be done. That is additional stage. Okay. So that is about, like say, this is one additional point about this important things where you can avoid or ignore respondent bias. Okay, that I wanted to share. Okay. So I think with this, I have, like say, I'm done with the topics I wanted to discuss. Okay. I hope you have got some meaningful insights. Okay. Any questions? Okay. I think
Ritika,
there are a few questions. Yes. Yes. Please.
Ritika Moria.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Thank you so much for this amazing session. So I have
Thank
one
you.
question that nowadays it is very common to collect data from Google Forms,
Mm-hmm.
and is how much is it justified?
Mm-hmm.
And actually my query regarding this is, it may happen that if we collect the data from Google Forms, we generally send the form in a particular group, and that group
Correct.
is known to us, and that
Mm.
can be limited to a set of geographical area, or maybe we get a response from south, but most of the responses from a particular state, because that particular
Mm.
group is known to us.
Correct. Correct.
So, and then it is seen that we say like we have collected data from all over India because we have used the random method and we have just put the form in the mail. But is it justifiable?
No. 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 It is not. And I would suggest in such a case, like say, what we should be doing is, again, we have some constraint also. Say, for example, we might not have access to such respondents who are from other states or other cities or other districts. Okay, so that might be one constraint. Okay, and sometimes, like say, it is difficult to understand whether they have actually, like say, this data come from different places. One solution, one solution to this is add one demographic question about mention your place of like say place of residence or your location. Okay, so that like say while data is collected, we can get information about कि ऐसा ठीक है, how many of them are actually coming from different states or cities or districts. One thing. Second solution is, please try to create a good network. Like say for example, here I could see uh, more than 150 plus participants are there, and I believe, I'm not sure, like say you all must be part of some common WhatsApp group, if it is possible. Is it so, Amol sir? Like say, do you have one common WhatsApp group or common Google group?
Uh,
Yes, sir. It's
I
a
have a
WhatsApp group.
common groups, WhatsApp group.
Yes.
Common WhatsApp
Yes.
group, sir.
Yeah, that's great. So I would suggest you can maintain this group, and I would request all the participants to help each other. Say for example, I'm from say for example, I'm from Mumbai, and I want to collect data from say other cities or states. So if I request this, in such research groups, say those who are from places other than Mumbai, will please help me in collecting some data. ठीक है? So like say you yourself can fill up one response, and maybe आपके पास खुद के कुछ group रहेंगे from Pune, from maybe Hyderabad, from Bangalore, तो उसमें just post this message. ठीक है? So this is another way of like say helping each other and collaborating. So this would be my suggestion.
Okay, thanks a lot, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Next question, Rupali. Rupali, Rupali ma'am. Next question, anyone?
I think there are few questions on chat box. Let me check that.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes, thank you, Professor Krunal. It was an
Hmm.
amazing session.
Thank you.
When you mention about the adaptation,
Wow.
I have a question regarding it. Currently, I'm pursuing my studies in gerontology,
Mm-hmm.
and then I have discussed with the instrument which is developed by one of the American psychologists.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to use that. I got the permission from him, and I would like to use in Maharashtra, and that
Mm-hmm.
is actually with the elderly people. So I'm translating it in Marathi. So
Mm-hmm.
will it be called as a adaptation or adaptation?
If ma'am, if you are using that those like say statements or question as it is without changing a single word, okay, then it
Mhm.
is adaptation. Okay.
Okay.
But to suit the context of the say like say of India or maybe some specific place, if you are changing or simplifying those statements, then it is adapting.
Okay.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. And I would suggest you that you should be adapting it, because
Mhm.
we should keep in mind our response, because
Right.
the core purpose is to collect the best of the or maybe the most real responses.
Mhm.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Since on a chat box there are so many like say messages are there, if I have missed some question, you can please unmute yourself and ask the question, I would suggest. Again, thank you all for your best wishes. Thank you. One question I could read is from Gayatri ma'am. Is it possible to do analysis on bipolar questions? Yes, ma'am. We can do it, because again it uses those, like say there you can use 6 point or 8 point scale. Okay. But then throughout your questionnaire, please use that 6 point or 8 point scale throughout. In between, do not change from bipolar to say some Likert scale or something. Okay, please like say make it or keep it standardized. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ahmed sir. Thank you, Hemant sir. Okay. Thank you, Asraf Ali sir. Yes, Ujjola ma'am, Gitanjali ma'am. Thank you. Thank you all the participants. Yes. Okay, so I couldn't see any more question. Is any reliable software for making questionnaire? No, I would not say reliable software. Like say questionnaire, we need to work on. Okay, we can, as I showed you that as a part of literature review, you can go through the scales, and after that you can identify such statements, and then you can, like say, you need to review that whether, let's say, as a part of your research objectives and hypothesis, whether these questions are relevant or not, and accordingly you can use it. Okay. After, like say, you are done with the questions, you can use Google Forms, Survey Monkey, and so many tools are there. You can use those online tools, not a problem. Fine. I think, sir, I have answered almost all the queries which I could see.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. A wonderful session for today, sir. Respected Dr. Kunal, sir, estimated faculty guest, distinguished faculty members, participation, good evening to all. On behalf of Ramkrishna More College, it's my honor to privilege to extend heartful gratitude to each one of you for the active participation and valuable contribution during the ICSSR 10 days online national capacity building program, research methodology, and magic of statistics. I would like to express our deepest appreciation, Dr. Kunal, sir, for gracing us with us proudly inside the experts and guidance throughout his comprehensive program. Your knowledge and commitment to advanced research methodology and statistical understanding and undoubtable enrichment and learning expert for all the participation. To the esteemed faculty members and resource person who has dedicated to time and share their experts, we extend your sincerely thanks. Your lecture, workshop, and interactive session have the played a private roles enhancing the participation, understanding, and skills in the field and research. A special word of thanks goes to all the participation who's actively engaged in discussion, asked to insightful questions, and investing and expanding their research capability. Your enthusiasm and have been the driving behind the success of this program. Thank you so much, sir. I conclusions. It is a carry out forward knowledge skills gain during the 10 day into our respective research, and I hope that the program empowered to each participation is interactive session, research methodology, statistics, magic. Once again, thank you, Dr. Kunal sir, faculty members, participation, everyone. Make a program resounding success. I will look forward to future collaboration and investments, knowledge and research excellency. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot to the organizing committee for organizing such wonderful workshop, to the top management for encouraging the team to conduct such a workshop, and special thanks to you, sir, for very smooth coordination and for helping me out and supporting in all this like say activities. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, sir.
And to all the participants for their active participation. Some of them were asking in the comment, so therefore I've displayed this slide. If like say you can contact me through my email ID, it's profkrunal@gmail.com. It is displayed. Okay, so thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All the participants
Okay,
can
sir.
share the important notice for today's session.
Thank you,
Please
sir.
read carefully this notice and download the R software for tomorrow's session. Thank you, sir, and thank you all the participation.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
So we'll stop.
चौधरी सर.